Welcome, everyone. We're joining you live from the Ed Robson Arena in beautiful Colorado Springs, USA. And today we'll be continuing our coverage of the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship. My name is Joe Edney. I'm a former world champion jump roper myself. And this afternoon, my co-host
is Hanna Banhegyi. I'm from Hungary. I'm a back-to-back European champion and a current world record holder.
And throughout this afternoon, we're going to be having a variety of events for you to see, and this is the 7th day of an 8-day tournament where we've got 25 countries represented and more than 1,200 athletes. Now, this represents the largest gathering and the largest tournament we've ever had in the history of this sport. And on the screen now, you can see the schedule. So we're starting right here at 1 o'clock local, and we'll begin with the single rope double under relay. That's one of the speed events. We'll be talking more about that. And the best of the best will be competing for that title of world champion. Following that, we'll move into double Dutch speed relay. Then we will get into some of the freestyle skills. So we'll see single rope pairs freestyle, followed by double Dutch pair freestyle, and then we'll even move into the double Dutch team freestyle before concluding the morning or the afternoon portion of our broadcast with single rope triple unders. In the evening, we will come back online and we'll be looking at the single rope speed sprint, some of the fastest jumpers in the world, followed by the individual freestyle event, the double Dutch single freestyle, and then the junior world championship for the double Dutch contest. So an action-packed day. The audience is getting in place. We are going to begin soon. And one of the things that you'll notice today is that we're going to have all 6 of the finalists on the floor in a single heat, racing for the title of the world's fastest when it comes to these speed events.
We are going to have different divisions, right? We are going to have female division, male division, and when it comes to the team events, we are going to have mixed divisions as well. So what Joe, you just pointed out, that means that we are going to have our world champion when a heat ends. Is that correct?
That's correct, and we've already seen some of our world records be broken during the tournament. We'll be calling those out as the different athletes come to the floor and compete. Of course, the preliminary scores just qualify these individuals to be able to compete today for a shot at the world title. Now, the speed events, you'll notice that the athletes are coming onto the floor now. They're having these very thin wire-style ropes that allows them to move it very fast so that they can maximize how many times they get that rope under their feet. Now, one of the most important elements of the speed and double under events that we're about to see is accuracy.
That is correct. And what we are specifically going to see right now, the double unders, well, you see that on the screen now when they're just warming up. It means that the rope is going to move around your body 2 times while you're jumping. So you need to jump as fast as you can, and you need to hit the ground as fast as you can with both of your feet touching the ground.
Now, the first event is a relay event. So you'll have one athlete jump for 30 seconds, do as many double unders as they can, followed by their partner athlete doing another round of 30 seconds for a total of 60 seconds. Now, in the female division, what we're going to see first are 6 teams representing Hong Kong, China, Australia, Hungary, a second team from Hungary, Australia, and Germany. So, Hannah, your native country represented well here today on the finals for the double under relay.
I know, I'm so excited. I'm expecting some records to be broken. So you can sense the tension in the arena and the excitement, not just from the jumpers, but from the audience as well. Like, again, this is the final of the World Championship. There are some nerves on the floor, I'm sure.
That's right, and there should be, because we've already seen the world record in the female division tied. That record stands at 187 double unders completed in 60 seconds between the 2 athletes. Now, that was tied in the preliminary round by Team Australia, and so we are looking to see if they can match that today.
What we are looking for is 95 and above during the first 30 seconds.
And now we're ready to begin.
2 by 30 seconds. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
Off to a great start.
You can see the scores counting up. Again, there's 1 heat. So the winner of this heat will be crowned the world champion.
Neck to neck. Australia, Hungary,
20.
You can see the concentration, the focus, and you can see the other athlete is getting ready to start.
And when they hear that beep, they switch immediately.
It's really important to have a clean switch. You don't want to lose a millisecond.
Again, the world record is 187. We're seeing an excellent pace so far. Team Australia leading the pack. Hong Kong, China right on their heels. Now Hungary moving in.
20.
Now crossing the 170 mark. Crossing the 180 mark.
Wow!
We see a 190 from
job.
Team Hungary.
Excellent job, girls.
They are very pleased with these scores, and if that score holds, it will represent a new world record. The current world record is 187, and we saw that broken by two different teams, both Australia and by Team Hungary. An excellent display to kick off today's action here at the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship.
Just wow. Well done, everyone. Well done, everyone. And right now, we are welcoming our male competitors on the floor. Again, the same routine, the same event. Double Dutch pairs.
Double under relay pair. And as the ladies come off the floor, you can see how excited they are. I'm sure they are feeling it in their lungs, in their bodies, because many of these athletes are going to continue competing in some of the other speed events. So double unders represent an excellent way to cross-train for some of the freestyle events that we're going to see later, and some of the alternating step speed events that we will also see further in the programming both tonight and in tomorrow's continuation of these finals. Now, we've already seen the ladies break a world record at 190. If that score holds, it will represent a new record, and we say that's if it holds because what we see on the display is only one of multiple judges who are counting each athlete as they complete it. So one of the judges has a digital device in their hand, and every time they press the screen, we see that number show up so we can follow the action live visually. Now, what they will do is verify that with mechanical clickers and ensure that there's accuracy across the judges so we can indeed verify the fact that we've broken a world record.
And there's also slow motion counting going on at the background.
So as the males get set, the world record right now stands at 198.5. And that half mark just simply represents the fact that on the counting, there was a slight discrepancy, and so they ended up taking the average, but they were close enough into that window of variance that's allowed to call it an official score. So we are looking for a score of 199 to break the world record here this afternoon.
Korea is represented strong in this seat. We have 3 teams from Korea, 1 team from Hong Kong, 1 team from Japan, and 1 team from the United States of America.
Everyone ready?
Now in the preliminary round, the highest score was 196, so they are right on the doorstep of that world record.
Just 2.5 steps away.
Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
You can hear the audience cheer.
You can see just how quickly they work to get both feet off the ground. They're bouncing just high enough to get the rope under their feet twice before they land, and then getting their feet back in the air as they move that rope just so fast you can't even see it.
20.
Hong Kong and Team US are really close to each other, neck to neck. Also Team Japan.
We're looking for a split at the transition near 100.
And they're going to get it above 100, above 100.
Multiple teams over 100. The action is picking up now. So far, great accuracy out of these athletes.
The audience is going crazy.
Crossing the 150, crossing the 160. They are going for that record.
Potential world records here.
170s. They're continuing to move. The screens are catching up.
Oh, wow, wow.
2 teams hitting 200.
3 teams.
3 teams over 200 with a 204 out of Team Hong Kong. That shatters the record if it holds true. And one of the things that we saw that was so impressive was just the lack of mistakes. And you would expect that at a world stage like this, and yet the ability to pull this off, push your body all the way to the limit, and still do it in a clean way is just so impressive. And on the replay, you can see just how tight that window is to fit the rope under the feet and get them back off the ground for the next jump. Their bodies are hunched over so they can move just as fast as they possibly can.
I am amazed. These athletes have literally 30 seconds to show what they can do on a world stage in the finals.
So again, the highest score in the preliminary round was 196, and we saw a 204 on that last round.
And I mean, we are just getting started.
So if you've ever done a double under yourself, you know that it takes some rhythm. You've got to time your jump. You've got to time your turning of your hands. You've got to ensure that your arms aren't too wide to shorten that rope. They're not too close to make it bounce off the ground. These athletes have fine-tuned their technique to ensure that they can do the maximum amount allowable in the time for the event.
A lot of precision, a lot of practice, and a lot of technique goes into a routine and an event like that.
And Hannah, as a former speed champion yourself, talk about what goes into the training for this kind of an event.
I will tell you a lot of hours, and all of the athletes we're seeing today, a huge shout out to every single one of them, because these athletes are working incredibly hard for these moments, these seconds, these minutes.
Now, as the next division joins the floor, this is the mixed division, so you'll see one female and one male competing. In this round, we've got a team from Korea, we've got two teams from Hong Kong, China, we have a team from the United States, a team from Austria, and a team from Belgium. Now, most of the athletes you see are in fact using a very similar style wire rope. That is the kind of rope that's preferred by these athletes, and of course you can spin it very quickly. You can see it there on the screen. It's a sort of a braided wire. It moves incredibly fast, and of course if you make a mistake, not only does that hurt your score, but it can hurt your body.
Oh yeah.
When that rope makes contact, any athlete who's been involved in the sport knows the feeling of getting whipped by one of those ropes when it strikes your back or strikes your arm, and that'll cause you to inhale your breath quite a bit, because it doesn't necessarily feel comfortable.
That's right. Our current world record now in the mixed division is 194. So we're looking for that to be broken.
Single rope double unders relay, 2 by 30 seconds. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
And they're off to a good start. The high score in the preliminary round was 190.
10.
Strong start. Team Korea is leading current. Oh no, just as I said it, Team Hong Kong.
And they are neck and neck right now. Again, the split timing. Many teams above the 90 mark. Once again, the world record's 194, and the highest preliminary score was 190. See Team Korea here, hunched over, moving those feet as quickly as he can.
And moving those wrists as quick as they can.
Now crossing the 170 mark, the 180 mark. Team Hong Kong in the lead. Wow, 194.
That is just the current world record. Let's see what are the official results going to be. But well done.
So if that holds, we will once again see a world record tied at 194 completed double unders in 60 seconds. Now, the other factor that weighs into this competition, of course, is the altitude. We are at about around 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters above sea level. So the air is thinner, and that has an impact on the endurance, on the ability of these athletes to replenish their bodies as they're pushing them so hard. And coupled with that, we are on day 7 of an 8-day tournament. So a lot of training, a lot of conditioning to prepare these athletes for their moment here today.
P4 with the highest qualifying score, station 2.
Again, you see the athletes hunched over. They want to make their body as tight as they can so they can shorten the rope. And what that does is makes it easier to spin the rope very quickly. And the faster they can move the rope, the more they can focus on just keeping their feet moving up and down as fast as possible.
With the second highest qualifying score, Station 3.
We are moving on to our next event today, which is going to be double dutch speed relay. That means that we're going to have 4 people on the floor with a double dutch rope, and one person is going to jump in between those ropes, and they're going to alternate between the 4 of them. So every single one of them is going to jump, and every single one of them is going to turn.
And that's one of the things that makes this particular event so exciting.
Oh, yeah.
It's because you can't just be good at turning, you can't just be good at jumping, you have to be good at both. Now, the other thing that will happen is we will see them rotate through the ropes in a very specific order. So they are required to rotate in a certain order where one athlete is jumping, they conclude their 30-second stretch, they get out of the ropes, another jumper enters, and they're rotating through who is turning and who is jumping at any given time. Now, because there's only one jumper in the ropes and 2 turners, that means you have the 4th person outside the ropes, and they can serve as a coach, they can serve as someone to offer split times, they can offer other communication cues to try to keep the team on pace. Now, unlike the single events, when you have 4 athletes working in tandem together, what that often serves is a recipe for mistakes, because everyone must be perfectly in sync and on rhythm to be able to ensure you have a smooth run through a double dutch event like this.
That's correct. And I think the complexity of this event is extremely big, because you not only are focusing on yourself as a jumper, for example, but you're focusing on the turners. You want to make sure that you're in sync with everyone. And we're talking about, I mean, you guys are going to see it on the screen. We're talking about speed, but like incredible speed. So the amount of focus which needs to happen on the floor within these 30 seconds, 4 times 30 seconds, is insane. It's just like out of this world.
Now, one of the differences you'll notice in the double dutch discipline is a difference in the style of ropes. So here you see some beaded ropes. Again, those are heavier. They tend to hold their shape a little better, but that weight also means that the upper body muscles to be able to move them at pace have to be a little stronger. Other teams choose to use plastic or PVC style ropes, and those will in fact move faster with less effort, but you can be more prone to miss because they don't hold their shape as well.
That's correct.
So the ladies are going to get started here in just a minute, and on the floor we've got a team representing Denmark, 2 teams representing Hong Kong, China, a team representing Belgium, another one from Japan, and a final team also from Denmark.
You can see that Europeans are famous for using the lighter ropes, and I would say normally teams from Hong Kong tend to choose the beaded ropes. It also just represents and shows the different cultures and the different systems and practices and trainings in different countries, which can also vary.
That's right, and throughout the duration of the competition, with 25 countries represented, we've seen so many different styles and arrangements presented throughout the tournament, not only in the speed discipline, but also in the freestyle that we're going to see later on today. And so as the judges get set, they're confirming that all of the equipment is ready to do the count, and now the ladies are set to begin.
Speed relay, 4 by 30 seconds. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
This is a 2-minute event, so each of the 4 athletes will conduct a jumping session for 30 seconds before they rotate. And what we're looking for are splits around the 100-point mark at the splits. Now, the world record in this event is 419 in the female division. So that's what we're going to be looking for as they transition. There should be around the 100, 200, 300 mark throughout.
Also, they really need to make sure that those transitions are clean and as fast as possible.
10.
Right, because it doesn't slow down. So you have to go from moving at maximum speed, instantly slow the ropes down, get the jumper out,
20.
flip them out with a turner, and then get the next person in. And any downtime hurts their score because, of course, they're not able to be completing successful jumps and getting counted.
That's right. So as any mistake, wow, we have a beautiful switch there.
So we had a score over 200 at the split. Again, we're looking for them to be around the 100 mark increments at each transition.
This heat is currently led by Team Hong Kong on station 2. They're having beautiful splits so far. Let's see if they can make it above the 300 mark.
They have a wide lead on the field at the moment. And again, the accuracy can be such an important factor, especially in a team event like this, entering with the final athlete.
They're above 300.
The digital clickers are a little frozen, so there's a bit of a time delay before we see those final scores. But as we watch the athletes perform, you can see just how in sync they have to be, how those legs are spread wide as a turner, the jumpers keeping their upper body still while they're maximizing the speed in the alternating fashion on the floor. Crossing 389, 390, and 391 as the high score in that heat from Hong Kong, China. That will represent the win more than likely as they verify the scores. It did not get to the point of breaking a world record, but nonetheless an impressive score from Hong Kong here in the first heat of this double Dutch speed relay.
Well done, girls. Great, great job. Remember, these are unofficial scores, so we're waiting to verify all these scores by slow motion counts.
Again, you can see how recovering from a mistake can be such an important part of a team's dynamic. So if a mistake is made, does the jumper get out of the ropes fully and then re-enter? Do they stand in the center and just start back up? All of that goes into the preparation these athletes have to consider as they prepare for competition.
With the highest qualifying score,
you can see the focus on the eyes. You can see the stillness of the upper body. Again, each athlete has a slightly different preference in terms of how they like to control themselves and be in the best position. Even the turning stance, you can see close by feet on that one. Others like a wider stance.
I always had a wider stance. I felt more secure, more comfortable with both feet, just like being a little bit apart.
And the other thing having a wider stance does is it gives you some stability, the ability to kind of slide left and right. On the other hand, some like to have their feet very close together. And that can be another style of turning. And obviously we're seeing here on the world stage that different styles certainly can work to get to the top 6 and compete for the championship.
That's right. That's right. Right now, we are welcoming our male teams on the floor. Again, this is the double Dutch speed relay.
So they will do the same event. So 4 athletes, each performing for 30 seconds and then rotating through. And in this heat of all male teams, we have 3 teams representing Hong Kong, China. We have 2 teams representing Belgium, and we have 1 team representing Japan. Now, the world record was actually broken here at this tournament in the male division, and that was in the preliminary round and this with a score of 450. It was incredible to see just how fast they could move on that particular event.
Now, you can see that some of the athletes are warming up and actually jumping on the field right before the event starts. Some would stay still and just stay focused within their own bubble. It's really interesting to see the different dynamics which are happening on the floor just right before the event starts. I would say that Hong Kong is definitely dominating the field, and we can expect some great scores from that nation if they can make a clean run, right? With jump rope, that is something very, very important to consider. You want to go as fast as you can, but you also want to make sure that you can go as clean as you can, which means that without mistakes. Because especially in an event like this, one mistake can just set you back.
Now, in the preliminary round, Hong Kong, China scored 450 and set that record, but on their heels was Team Japan with a 446.5. So we expect to see quite a showdown here right now.
Ready. Athletes, ready. Set.
And you can see the concentration on their face.
I think I'm not even going to breathe for the next 2 minutes. Beautiful start so far.
20.
Team Hong Kong leading the field right now, well over 100 before the switch.
Wow. 135.
An impressive score there. Now the second athlete in the ropes.
10.
Again, now you can see that wide stance the turners have. How tight that body is for the jumper. Keeping their feet in a very tight window on the ground. Again, a mistake, but right back into the action so quickly.
You can see the experience and just the amount of training which goes into a routine like this from the mistakes as well, like how fast they can recover. Wow, above 270 the second switch.
10.
Again, you're seeing the different styles of ropes being showcased here.
20.
Different styles of turning we're seeing from Team Japan.
If they can keep the same pace on Station 2, Hong Kong, that can be a potential world record there.
That's right, and oftentimes teams will save their fastest athlete for last, running into some trouble here as they get started.
10.
They've crossed the 420 mark. Again, the world record stands at 450, 440. They will cross that unofficially.
They will cross.
With the mistakes.
Oh my
It's
God.
incredible. 470, 480.
The crowd is going crazy in the Ed Robson Arena.
Wow.
Unofficially, it's almost 500. I think I've never seen in jump rope history a high score like that. Never.
They set the record yesterday with 450. And today they shatter their own record with an unofficial 497.
I think, they just warmed up in the prelims.
Wow. Incredible to see that show up here on the floor today.
Beautiful job.
So exciting. Here you're going to see some of the replay action. Again, they're trying to get those feet only high enough off the ground for the rope to move under it. And as the athletes exit the floor, the crowd is giving them a loud cheer.
Heat 6.
Here we see highlights from Team Japan again. You can see the anticipation.
5094 from Hong Kong, China. Sangjiet, Lam Hui, Ho Ying, and Wing Yang.
The focus. Normally the jumper looks at the turner's hand, just their wrists, because then they can make sure that they are at the same pace.
And the rhythm required to keep the timing going. Some of the turners like to watch the jumper's head or perhaps watch their partner turner. Others like to watch the feet of the athlete. Again, they have to keep everything very, very tightly in rhythm in order to pull it off. The crowd having a good time here at the finals. Again, this is day 7 of an 8-day tournament here at the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship. Now the next heat on the floor will include the mixed gender division. And so we will have teams from Denmark, from Hong Kong, from Belgium, and from Australia. So Hong Kong will have 2 teams represented, and then Belgium will also, Denmark will also have 2 teams represented.
And the current world record holders are from Denmark, Emma, Josephine, Simon, and Alfred, with a score of 414. So we are looking for that to be broken.
5098 from Denmark.
Now in the preliminary round, I should mention that the high score was in fact 414. So the preliminary round actually tied the world record. And so we will see if they can outdo themselves today. That, of course, was from Hong Kong, China, with the second highest qualifying score being a 409.5. So once again, like the prior round, we've got some very close contenders, a very tight window between the top score and the second top score. Again, this event lasts for 2 minutes in total, and each athlete will jump for 30 seconds. Now, on the floor, you might notice a box. There is a deduction if anyone on the team of 4 steps out of the box, and so they have to ensure that their positioning, despite the transitions they have to make throughout, in fact, happens in a way where no one steps out of bounds. Now, you might also notice there's a coach's box outside of that boundary, and that's where a team can have different coaches there to support them, call out splits. The coaches, of course, cannot enter the competition area, but they can be outside to take a video, to shout out encouragement, and frankly just be there to help calm nerves, particularly when you're on a world stage like this.
Yep, sometimes they're helping with the pace, they're counting so that the athlete, both the jumpers and the turners, know the exact pace they are at, so that, you know, it can ensure that they're in sync and they're without mistakes, running a clean routine, in this case, a clean speed relay.
Now, once again, you're seeing the differences in the styles of ropes, and as Hannah pointed out earlier, the Europeans do tend to favor the more plastic-style rope. Again, those turn faster. They can be more prone to causing mistakes just because they aren't quite as stable as they move around in loops. On the other hand, many of the Asian countries tend to prefer beaded-style ropes, and those are heavier, so it's a little more exerting on the arms as you turn. However, they hold their shape a little better, and it really comes down to country preference. So while there are some restrictions on the equipment available, the style and type of rope that the athletes use can vary from team to team. And one of the interesting things about the sport of jump rope is just how much we have seen the equipment be innovated over the years. Perhaps 15 or 20 years ago, everyone used cloth ropes, and now we are seeing the new styles show up, and the scores rise with that innovation.
Seconds. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
Once again, the world record in the mixed gender division is 414, and that was tied in the preliminary round by Hong Kong.
We're seeing some really close results so far. They're going neck to neck.
20.
Excellent concentration.
Belgium is leading currently on station 4.
Over the 100 mark before the split. Multiple teams over 100 at the split. In fact, the entire field over 100 at the split.
Australia is really close.
10.
Some very experienced athletes in this particular round. So far, a very
20.
clean run from all of these teams.
I am amazed.
Seeing Team Belgium, they're preparing for the flip.
Australia is really close now.
So Team Belgium had a slight mistake on that switch, and yet they are still moving at a very fast pace and appear to be leading the field at the moment.
20.
Team Hong Kong is catching up on station 2.
Scores crossing the 300 mark now as we enter the final athlete. Once again, they're aiming for a score over 400 to be in world-class territory, in 414 for the world record.
10.
Team Belgium is leading the field.
A quick mistake, they're going to get going
20.
back just as quickly as they can. And again, transitioning from going slow ropes to fast ropes requires so much coordination. Now we're seeing the 400 mark crossed by Team Hong Kong.
Team Hong Kong, yep. Team Hong Kong, 414. That is the world record. So unofficially, they matched the world record.
And the consistency in some of these scores is remarkable to see when you do that many jumps in such a tight window of time. It's really incredible just to see how the peak athletes really do converge in terms of their ability to do this despite the differences in rope styles and training styles. It's so fun to watch records be broken over and over again.
And you can see, right, like how important it is to run as clean as possible, because Belgium was leading through all the way basically, and just at the very end when the tension gets higher and higher and stronger and there were mistakes, Team Hong Kong got the lead.
Now as we see some of the highlights here, the concentration on their faces, staring at those turners, often looking at the hands, keeping the timing and rhythm. Again, you can hardly see the ropes. They're moving so fast here. Of course, the jumpers aren't necessarily looking for the ropes. They're listening to the sound. They're looking for the rhythm. They're watching the hand movements. Sometimes those are the only cues that an athlete at this level of the sport needs in order to perform on a stage like this.
Yeah, we've been talking about this. The rope really is an extension of their bodies, right? Like you just feel it. You feel where the rope is. You feel the other person. It really becomes a part of you.
And so as we have concluded some of these our afternoon speed events, we are going to be moving into the freestyle events next. And the difference between speed and freestyle is speed, of course, is based on having the highest score. So you're trying to complete the most amount of jumps successfully in a given period of time. It's almost a race to try to see how many you can do in a period of time. Now, the freestyle events are more choreographed to music. This is going to be where you'll see high-flying skills. So they're going to be integrating different components of jump rope. So we will talk about some of the different elements that are required in these different routines as we see them come live on the floor. Now, like the speed events, the freestyle events will, in fact, be the top 6 finishers. And so the scores that they received in the preliminary round leading into today will present with the finalists for the competition. Now, like the speed events, the winner from the heat you see will in fact be the winner and be crowned the world champion.
We're seeing some highlights now on the screen. You can see how athletes are cheering for each other. I think for me, this is my personal favorite part of competing in a team, that you just get to be there for each other and you're like family, and most of these athletes are like family. It was so beautiful to see yesterday Belgium winning the team show, and you could really sense the connection they have, not just in practice but throughout their daily lives, and that is something which, you know, all of these jumpers share with each other.
And so many of these teams stay together from a very young age. They become close friends, almost like family, as Hannah has said. And they learn each other. They learn the little cues. They don't have to exert themselves by calling out or shouting out a different communication. They can silently just know what the rhythm is, know how to get back in sync. And the practice required to do that really is immense.
And they need that at this speed, at this level. They need those cues, those onset cues, right? Because there's just no time to talk sometimes, and you need to know the other. And I feel that all of these world-class athletes have that knowledge of each other and just a sense.
Now, as we see some of these highlights continue to roll here, some of the other differences between country styles are representative of the ways that they train. So we've already talked about the ropes. Now we see some differences in the body posture. And so often as a country will train either as club teams or as a unified national team, they will use some of the same techniques to support that growth. And over time, we have seen different countries sort of peak at different points in the development of the sport. And so right now, I would say some of the Asian countries, particularly Hong Kong, China, Japan, Korea, they have really emerged as consistently excellent speed jumpers.
That is correct. And I really love that during the finals, we're having such a such diversity of jumpers, right? Like, we're gonna have European teams, Asian teams from the US. Like, I feel like we're really lucky as spectators, as people who are cheering and just are introduced to jump rope for the first time, to witness such variety on the floor only today and tomorrow. It's beautiful.
Now, if you are new to the sport of jump rope, you will see a variety of styles showcased here today. But oftentimes a question that comes up is, how does an athlete get into the sport? Because a lot of people's conception of jump rope or double dutch or other styles of this is a form of exercise or a form of cross-training for other things, and yet the athletes that you're going to see here today and tomorrow have taken it to an entire another level and represent a peak athlete as we look at these events. Now, Hannah, when you think back to your beginnings in the sport of jump rope, and we think about, the way that you have developed not only as a performance jump roper, but a competitive jump roper into a world champion, how did you get started and what motivated you to stay with the sport over time?
What got me started were the people, I would say. I just loved the team I got introduced to. I loved their performance. I was a kindergarten student at that time. I was 5 years old, and I just saw their performance, and I was blown away, and I went to a practice, and I just got stuck there. Like, I couldn't leave the gym, And so over time, I think what really hooked me is the diversity of the sport, that I realized suddenly that, oh my God, I get to be creative, but I get to push my boundaries. I get to, cultivate endurance. And I think overall the passion that I had something, which was worth waking up for, right? Like, I remember as a young athlete and through my high school experience, there was always something I waited for, always. A championship, a competition weekend, a show, a travel, traveling to different countries, like all these experiences were like, I don't know, it was my life, like, as I think of many of these athletes are experiencing the same thing. And I'm really curious about you, Joe.
I have a similar story because where I grew up, jump rope, there was a club close by, and I remember going to a after-school workshop. I was 8 years old, and I'll admit that when I started and I got into the gym and I was being taught the most basic skills, I was so frustrated with it, I ran out of the gym. I physically ran out of the building. I was so frustrated with it, I couldn't get the hang of it. And fortunately, I had some wonderful coaches who just kept supporting me, who kept encouraging me, who helped sort of bring me along and do techniques like, okay, let's try this without a rope in your hands. Let's just learn some of those basic bounce. Let's train your body to know how to move and learn that coordination. And sure enough, within a couple of months, I stuck with it with some support again from the coaches. And then I remember winning my very first single bounce contest. And that's something we do with a lot of the junior jumpers, where we just have them get on the floor, take a rope, and start jumping, and just see who can keep jumping the longest. And it's so much fun. It's a great way to get into the sport. And I'll tell you, the feeling I still remember today, 30 years later, that first win of a simple single bounce contest on the floor in a very casual after-school event, that hooked me. It just really stuck with me. And then sure enough, I became more interested in it. I started practicing. I started meeting other people like you described, Hannah, and it became like a family. And over the years, I had opportunities to travel and to go share this sport that meant so much to me with others around the world. And it made such a difference in my life that I'm so excited to now be here sharing it with others to help spread that awareness and ultimately increase the engagement with jump rope.
Coaches, we will be following the schedule that has been posted.
I think now that you were mentioning how you developed as a person also throughout the course of the years, what got me hooked was what I just described, and what kept me going was that soon enough I realized, like, oh my God, me as a person, I'm also developing. My personality just gets, stronger and wider, and I could get to know myself better because, for example, I could really resonate with what you said that, you just get frustrated when you, for example, can't nail a move or a choreography, and you learn to be patient with yourself. You learn persistence. You learn all those qualities which are not just useful within the sport of jump rope, but I really believe and actually do experience it at this moment that they are incredibly useful in just, the outside world as well. And I think that is something which, all sports, but I feel personally that because of the diversity and just the complexity of our sport, jump rope can really do to all kids and all actually like older athletes as well. It just forms and shapes us like nothing else.
It does, and what's been really exciting is to see the growth of the number of countries involved. So at this tournament, again, we've got 25 different countries represented. That's the most we've had in an international tournament, and it seems like every time we put one of these on, we have more and more countries joining as they build. That's right. And so you talked about some of those lifelong lessons, in particular being able to engage with other international friends, other international athletes. You might not speak the same verbal language, but you do share the common jump rope language. And so you can both pick up a rope. I've been at plenty of workshops where I didn't speak a single word of my counterpart's language, and yet we could both be on the floor having fun, engaging with each other, laughing, teaching each other.
Learning from each other. That's right. I will never forget my first ever workshop like that when I had no idea what the other person is talking to me, and it was just beautiful. Beautiful.
Andre. So once again, you are watching the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship. We're in Colorado Springs, USA. More than 1,200 athletes are here, and this is the final. So we're on day 7 of an 8-day tournament. We began the finals last night with the team show competition. We continue today with the individual events along with some of the team events. And then, of course, tomorrow we will continue our coverage until we conclude the World Championships late on Sunday. Now, this event being in Colorado happens every other year. So we're in Colorado now. The last one actually preceded the pandemic in 2019. That was in Oslofjord, Norway. And the next one will be in 2025 in Kawasaki, Japan. And so Japan is well represented at this tournament. They've had a wonderful showing from some of their junior athletes. And I've already mentioned that this is an 8-day tournament. And the reason why it's so long is because the first days really are about that outreach element. It's about bringing new people into the sport. So the first couple of days are what we call an international open tournament. So we had different qualifiers from different countries able to come compete in that, almost as a way for these athletes to get their feet wet in the sport before they grow into the future. Now we're going to go down to the president of the International Jump Rope
Always
Union,
good
Sean
to
Hamilton.
be in front of you. Most of the time, the messages that I come out here and say are inspirational, motivational. Unfortunately, sometimes they have to be reflective. It's not often that we lose people in our sport, but as our family grows, we do sometimes lose people. IGRU would just like to give a simple moment of reflection for those who we've lost over the past couple of years. We have a short video presentation, and I would like to ask everyone in this place, would you please stand with me? And we simply ask for a moment of silence as this video plays, please starting now.
Freestyle event. Judges ready, jumpers ready, set, go. Time.
I thank you all for your moment. Now, these folks who love life and love jump rope will not want us to remain silent. So do me a favor, and I want you to give them the biggest round of applause and thank them for their memories of what they've done for our sport. Come on, let them hear it. And let's cheer these athletes on to jump in their memory. Thank you, everyone.
Emotional moment there. Of course, again, the president of the International Jump Rope Union honoring those who we've lost in recent years. Special moment, as Hannah's already said, the jump rope community truly is a family. We support each other, we rally for each other, and of course, we celebrate not only the memory, but the future of the sport as we see the best of the world competing here over this week. Now again, the next event that we're going to see competed is the single rope pair freestyle event. And that will feature two athletes on the floor at the same time. They're going to be performing a synchronized freestyle routine that can be a maximum of 75 seconds in length. Now that freestyle event must include certain required elements. Some of those required elements include things like multiple unders, where they have to turn the rope under their feet multiple times before they come back down on the ground. Another required element is power or gymnastic skills, and that's a skill where they're going to be on their hands, on their feet. They're going to be using more of their strength to be able to pull off some of those skills as they weave them into their routine. Another required element is rope manipulation, or different ways that they integrate some of the technicality of jump rope with crossing skills, with different hand restrictions. And when they can combine all of these things together, so they do a multiple while they have a restricted hand into a athletic power skill on their hands and feet, all of that adds up. It stacks on each other to have a higher and higher difficulty score. So the judges are certainly looking for that difficulty as one of the biggest components of the judging system.
And Joe, what is your favorite from all these required elements? What are you looking for in a routine? What's your wow?
So already in this tournament, I have had so many wow moments seeing some of the multiple under skills. And the reason why is because I recall the last time I competed was 2006. And when I was competing, it was pretty common to see most of the routines feature triple under and quadruple under skills. So that's 3 and 4 times under an athlete's feet before they land. But in this event, over the preliminary sessions, we have seen so many teams come out doing quadruple unders, quintuple unders, 4 and 5 times under their feet, but not just that, doing them in maneuvers that make it incredibly difficult to pull off. And so we will see some of that as we watch some of these final qualifying routines here in just a few minutes.
Oh yeah, I think for me, especially if we're talking about the pairs freestyle, the vowel element, if they are in sync and if they're flowing and just, you know, jumping high and using the floor. I'm big on using the floor. I think that just makes the routine so much more enjoyable. And of course, I just love seeing the precision as well. You know, like when you see an athlete who is concluding a clean routine or close to clean routine, that is amazing because you know that they just worked so hard for it, and you see the happiness, the content, everything which, you know, goes into that moment on their face.
The next event is
And we really do hope to see some of the
freestyle.
routines today be clean, right? And when we use the term clean, what that means is simply there aren't any mistakes. So there's no handles that get dropped. The rope doesn't get caught on the athlete's body and force it to stop and transition. And so again, the difficulty is a huge part of the scoring for these freestyle events. But in addition to that, there's the presentation component. And the judges in presentation are looking for a few different things. And that includes things like musicality, body posture,
execution, also using the music, not just the beat, but using accents on the music, a lot of different things. And I'm pretty sure that what we're gonna see right now, because we're starting our press freestyle event, they're gonna be a perfect representation of what the judges are looking for. We're gonna talk about those.
First up from Denmark.
Beautiful execution so far from these girls. They are personally one of my favorite jumpers to watch. Just the precision, the technicality, the height, and also the power. Their routines are extremely complex. A lot of movement. Beautiful beat and accent use.
These are triple unders here.
I love the sequences. When we're talking about sequences, it means that there's no single bounce between the multiple unders. Beautiful wrap to a release. There's a little miss there. Quads at the middle of the routine. Really hard to execute.
The other thing we're looking for in a single rope pairs routine are interaction skills like we just saw there. A scoop with a floater, a rope release, caught, turning backwards. Now they're moving into some backwards, multiple sequences.
Really creative rope direction changes. Beautiful job. Well done, girls. Well done. We've just seen Matilda and Marie from Denmark. Well done, girls. Great job.
Right on the beat throughout the routine. It had such a nice choreography. They used the music really well. Like we talked about before the routines, a big element here is that presentation score, which serves as a multiplier or a boost to the difficulty score. So if you can do hard skills and you can make it look good, then you're going to maximize your points.
That is correct. You want to make the audience believe that what you're doing is easy. which is not, I'm telling you. These skills are anything but easy, and you can see how these athletes are leaving everything they've got on the floor.
Now, when they conclude their routine, they're moving over to this lounge area off to the side of the floor. That's where they have a chance to catch their breath. They're staying close by because we are looking at scores and announcing winners very quickly after some of these events. So as we see the highlights from Team Denmark, again, they began their routine with some nice scoops, moving into those triple unders. Here we're seeing some rope manipulation to those power skills. Again, some quadruple unders, and this was late in the routine, so fatigue is a factor, and yet they still included that.
And you know, when we're talking about fatigue, it's just that it's not just physical fatigue. We're talking about mental fatigue as well, because the concentration which goes into, you know, from moment one till the very end of the routine is extremely important and necessary in order for us to, and for these jumpers to conclude every single move perfectly. Well done, girls. Great, great job.
Now, next up on the floor is Team Belgium.
You can see that and hear that every nation has their own cheer for their team.
And like the speed events, these ladies have to stay inside a 12 by 12 meter box, so it's a bit bigger than the speed area that they're allowed to be in.
Everyone ready?
And they're about to get
Here
started.
we go.
Really strong quads with perfect execution. These two ladies are also extremely experienced jumpers with a lot of international competition behind their belt.
Nice front
accent
tip.
use. Really beautiful sequence to a frog.
Again, every time they add a restriction to one hand, it serves to increase their difficulty score. So when they do a quadruple under, if they have an arm behind their knees or behind their back, that only increases the points.
That was a blind scoop, which means that the one in the front do not see the other person. Wow, the timing which goes into these are extremely precise.
A nice scoop into a split there.
Nice synchronicity. Beautiful multiple sequence at the end. Well done.
And the other thing that the presentation judges are looking for are those beginning and ending poses. So we want those to be very intentional, very purposeful as they conclude and begin their routines. Again, every little detail attended to in these. And there were a few accuracy mistakes on that one. They will have some slight deductions because of that, but we saw many instances of multiple unders being performed. And so those quadruple unders we saw them doing, and they made it look easy, will in fact make for a high difficulty level, and that can sometimes offset the risk of having a mistake. So that risk-reward variable is something that these athletes have to consider as they design their routines. Now in the highlights, we just saw what's called a floater, where you release one handle, catch it, and keep jumping. There's some quad ASs under the legs with some rope manipulation. There's a nice release. She caught the handle.
It's also really important to mention that in a pairs freestyle, one element and move only counts if it's executed by both of the jumpers on the floor.
That's a great point, Hannah. And so sometimes if one of the athletes has a mistake on a skill and the other one performs it successfully, that will in fact not count the way they'd like it to in the score. And so as we talked about at the beginning, accuracy is such an important factor in these events. And you can see the ladies talking
I love that. It's beautiful.
Talking with each other after they've concluded, sitting there over in the athletes' lounge, getting some water, resting a bit as they watch the other competitors come up. Now, once again, we're going to see 6 of the top qualifiers in each of the divisions. So we're starting with the all-female division. Next will be the all-male division, and then we will have a mixed division with male and female, the top 6 from each, and the winner of each of those gender divisions will be crowned the world champion.
Now we're having Hong Kong on the floor. It's amazing. I think it's going to be really exciting to see the different styles. Hong Kong particularly have a very different style to what we've seen before from the two pairs.
And Hong Kong in the qualifying round had the second highest difficulty score of the 6 qualifiers. So we do expect to see some high-flying skills out of this team from Hong Kong, China.
A lot of multiples, a lot of quads, potentially quins. We'll see.
Now, if you want to follow along or see the order of athletes as they're performing, you can go to ijru.sport, where you can find the full list of heat sheets, the full schedule, and we will keep that updated throughout the broadcast today and tomorrow. Wow.
There are those quads. Oh wow, that is a particularly difficult one landing in TS.
And this is why they had such a high difficulty score in the preliminary round. We're seeing quads, even a quin mixed into some of this. There's that floater skill quad with an AS mixed in.
Great use of the music.
Now they're moving around the floor. Again, they like to spread out, try to make sure that they have a dynamic routine, something that's really visually pleasing. There's that scoop we've seen so many times before.
Oh, that was a beautiful scoop.
So at times they will face away from the judges, so the judges can really appreciate just how restricted their arms are while they perform some of these maneuvers. There was a switch AS cross behind the knees. Some partner interaction, which is a fun element of the single rope pairs events. Very accurate out of the team from Hong Kong, China. Again, the mistakes that we see throughout the day, they do represent deductions. So when you see a team who is qualified for the final stage pull off what we call a clean routine, it really does stand to be very competitive when it comes to the final standings.
That is right. It's also important to mention that a mistake only counts a mistake if the rope stops. So if the jumpers manage to continue the rope's direction and the arc of the rope, we could point out in the following rounds, then that does not count as a mistake.
So some of the more experienced athletes actually know how to recover from a mistake and not have it count as a deduction. So they can brush their body with the rope or hit their arm and be able to turn it into something more intentional, and then they will not have that deduction.
Or sometimes we would
1,
see
2, 3, 4,
jumpers.
5.
Yeah. Oh wow, that was a quin. Like a few years ago, it was kind of imaginable. Like in my mind, it's still unimaginable to do a quint, right? Like we've seen some male jumpers executing quints, but wow, just the level, the level of jump rope, how it developed and grew just during the last couple of years. It's insane.
Really impressive. Great concentration. You see those long handles they're using on the ropes. That gives them just a little bit more length. And despite the fact that it's only a few inches, it actually makes a big difference. Now here in the preliminary standings, you can see the single rope pair freestyle. First, second, and third. That first and second score very close together. We've got 3 routines still to go. We're going to see if those hold up. And then we will crown the world champion.
This is so exciting. I love seeing the results live. I think this makes it just incredibly fun for the audience and for us and for the athletes as well, right?
It is. And next on the floor, Team France, they had the second highest presentation score in the preliminary round. So we'll be excited to see just what they use in this routine.
Love the musicality. A lot of multiples next to each other.
Hitting every accent. We haven't seen that yet out of a routine.
Oh, wow. They pulled that rope over that.
Front handspring into a rope release with a TS. A nice mick rope release into a scoop. Again, we're seeing triples here, very synchronized with each other.
This is what we were talking about. They're making really hard moves look easy, right? And that is something which the presentation judge look for. I can see why they had the highest presentation score. Beautiful interactions with the judges, with the audience, all smiles throughout these really hard skills.
Another Mick rope release into a scoop, executed perfectly. They have to be in the right place at the right time in a beautiful ending pose. And I love their music choice, right? Because the routine matched the music, and that's a big part of what the judges are looking for in terms of presentation. So a really nice run there by Team France. Now, they did have a few slight bobbles in the middle of that routine, but they were so graceful and so synchronized that it really did not take away from the visual appeal of that routine.
I think these ladies are going to be really close to each other, so we're looking for really tight results, tight to each other. They seem happy, right?
They do seem happy. So here you can see their beginning pose, moving right into a triple under AS, a triple under CL,
a quad.
Now a backwards AS into a push-up. That's a power skill, up into a handstand.
Oh, wow, that move was so special. We don't really see that much.
And the flow between the skills is something these ladies did exceptionally well. So they designed their routine so that one skill flowed into the next skill.
That's right. It had a really nice build-up.
That's right. So 2 more heats to go. Right now, Denmark, the team from Denmark, is in the lead. And so with 2 to go, we will see how these final 2 heats perform. You can see they're excited after the first 4. Next on the floor from Team Germany, Olivia and Anna.
Also 2 girls super famous for their perfect execution, their beautiful high jumps, their really technical skills, and a lot of gymnastics we can expect from these girls.
Now this team did have the highest presentation score in the preliminary round, so let's see how it looks here. Some nice quads, very fast transitions right into power skills, and
These
inverse
ladies are
TJ.
really powerful. Oh, a beautiful scoop there, perfectly executed. A lot of difficult quads.
Again, they're transitioning forward and backwards turning. That was a quad TS. Really difficult skill to pull off in the middle of a routine like this.
Beautiful multiple sequence without a single bounce.
A Mick rope release into that scoop. So far, very accurate performance.
Also really great on the music.
They're moving the floor, making the routine visually pleasing. Now another multiple sequence.
A little miss there.
A rope release to a catch to a scoop. And now concluding the routine.
Great job, girls. Great job. A little misses. But overall, it was a really pleasing routine.
It was, like the team from France, I liked the way Germany really strung together the skills, so it felt like it flowed from one piece to the next. And we saw them integrate a lot of power, particularly early in that routine. So they moved across the floor. They used a lot of high-flying multiple skills. Good interaction. They're now in that lounge area awaiting the final participant, which will be from Team Belgium. So after Belgium goes next, then we will know who our champion is in the single rope pairs freestyle event for female.
Look at the height with which these ladies are jumping. Beautiful.
Moving the floor, the ropes perfectly synchronized with one another.
Oh, that catch was so seamless. Just right on the handle.
And that TS is no joke. When you cross your arms behind your back, you are completely knotted up. So you have to know exactly where to place your hands to get them out, get them opened up, and then be able to complete the next skill. So when you see TSs integrated into the middle of a routine like that and moving seamlessly through, it is, in fact, something to really appreciate in terms of just how technically skilled these athletes are.
That's correct. We are having Team Belgium on the floor, Margot and Joke.
And again, this will be the final heat of the female single rope pairs freestyle.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
Beautiful starting position.
This was the top team in the preliminary round.
Again, really strong and perfect executions with movement on the floor throughout all these quads.
Getting right back in rhythm after a little trouble on that last multiple. There's a backward scoop. Quads
Really
and triples.
nice sequence.
So a lot of quad CLs mixed into this routine. Now some backward CLs into some of those power skills. Moving the floor, there's a floater, some backwards TS multiples, forward CL multiples facing away from the judges. They're nicely using the entire quadrant they have available to them. That's not something we've seen out of every team, and I like it when we see athletes really move around.
I love it. I love this multiple sequence. I love the smile, the interaction with the judges, and the beautiful ending to that routine.
Nice job from Team Belgium. Again, they had the highest score in the preliminary round, mostly due to them having the highest difficulty. And we'll see how well their scores fare. They did have a couple of accuracy items in the middle of that routine, but they finished well, they started strong, and they had some great interaction skills integrated throughout. Now, another thing that the judges are looking for in this particular event is just how tightly synchronized the jumpers are with each other. Do they stay in rhythm? Do they make it look effortless? Is the arc of the rope smooth and clean, or does it look like they're just barely getting it under their feet? When they can make it look easy, their score will be higher on the presentation side. And you can see the crowd, you can hear the crowd reacting in the arena.
And you can see the two girls just talking to each other.
And it looks like 1.5 tenths of a point difference between some of the top score and the second top score.
Crazy
Again,
close.
They are celebrating right now over here. Team Denmark appears preliminarily to be the winner. They're congratulating each other over there in that competitors' lounge. And we will have a medal ceremony to honor these athletes and all the work that they put into this. These events happen every other year. And of course, during the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a bit of a break. There were some virtual world championships that took place. But now being back together for the first time in about 4 years, there is a palpable sense of excitement amongst not only the athletes, but also the crowd to be here live in person. And so as we see some of the highlights of these top routines here, you can see just how synchronized those ropes are. We talked about that. The body, the ropes. Here's Team Denmark.
The bronze medal goes to Hong Kong, China.
Such a
Yin and
strong
long hair.
execution, such a strong routine.
They had fun with it. They really moved, seemed like they knew exactly what was coming next. Integrating some artistic elements here. A lot of beauty in the interaction skills. A nice finish, smile on their faces.
The silver medal goes to Belgium. Joker.
And as we move into the award
The silver
ceremony,
medal goes to
we are
Belgium.
honoring the
Article
different
and Joker.
athletes. So in third place, Hong Kong, China. In second place, Team Belgium. And as we've already talked to you, in first place will be Team Denmark.
And the gold medal goes to Denmark, Marie and Matilda. Please stand for the national anthem of the winning team. Congratulations.
Congratulations once again to Team Denmark, taking home the World Championship in the female single rope pairs freestyle event. These ladies looking very excited.
They should be. They did an
The next
amazing
event
job.
is single
All
rope
of the
pair
athletes.
freestyle, male division.
They're hugging their teammates. Because remember, these ladies are not just performing pairs freestyle, they're performing
T13,
most likely multiple other
5106
events
from
during the finals
Japan.
with their
Now
teammates.
and now.
Now we've just seen the ladies perform. Next up is going to be the male division. And you see the final standings from the single rope pairs freestyle female division. Again, the winning team from Denmark. And you see just how close that first and second score was.
Wow.
Again, that's where things like accuracy come into play, because each mistake is a 2.5% deduction. So all it takes is one mistake, one bobble, one off balance rope movement, and that can be the difference between first and second.
That's correct. And now we're welcoming Japan on the floor. Naoki and Nao. As we are starting our male division of single rope pair freestyle.
Everyone ready?
I love the style
Here we
they're
go.
bringing. Beautiful scoops there to start with. We're gonna see some amazing quads and quads from these guys.
Again, that's turning the rope under their feet 5 times before they land, while crossing their arms behind their knees, behind their back, sometimes behind their knees and behind their back.
And effortlessly.
Oftentimes, they will put the hardest skills at the beginning of the routine, so they have maximum energy for it.
That was a quad sequence. Also, these big releases are perfectly caught. A little miss there.
Again, moving around on the floor and continuing to integrate those high-flying multiple skills, just stacking it up. There was a hummingbird, quadruple unders, into a frog, into a push-up. Again, these teams will often play to their strengths, and I would wager that multiples are, in fact, a big strength of these two young men.
100%. Well done. Great job.
Well done.
They showed us some
Japan.
high-flying multiples, and as you said, Hannah, they strung them together. So they put them back to back, and when they don't take any recovery bounces in between the tricks, that makes it all the more difficult. And so what that creates is some density in the routine. So just how many skills can they pack into that 75-second time limit? Here's the beginning, where they started with that nice scoop. Some partner interaction skills is another thing that the judges are looking for. There are those quins with an EB and an AS.
It's really nice because during a pairs freestyle, you're also looking for moves which you can only do with 2 people, right? Like that's what also making it so different from a single rope freestyle, right? When you're alone in individual single rope freestyle, that now there's 2 people on the floor, so they can interact with each other. They can, make it more fun, more kind of entertaining to the audience as well.
And the creativity element just ramps up in a pairs event, and it continues ramping up as you move into the team freestyle events when you have 4 athletes performing a routine together. The double Dutch events, when you get 4 athletes involved, also gives you more opportunity for some of the high-flying interaction skills. Next on the floor, we're going to see Team Korea, and I'll mention that of the top 6 qualifiers, 3 of those 6 all-male teams are in fact from Korea. So Korea having a wonderful showing here at this tournament, and we're excited to see what these 2 young men have in store for us.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
Now in the preliminary round, these 2 had the highest presentation score of any of the qualifiers.
And I can see why, because they're flying.
There's
Beautiful
the
accent.
Love that.
Really strong power sequence.
So far, very in sync with each other, using the music well. They're timing their jumps with the beats. Again, all of that adds.
I remember that move from the prelim. That was a rope direction change with a scoop.
Here you see some of that technical rope manipulation. A scoop while his partner was in an AS position, crossing behind the knees. Now triple under sequence. And some creativity with a rope wrap, holding that handstand, and then his partner joins him in their back and
Imagine the timing. Oh my, wow.
And the strength and balance to hold that handstand. Well done from Team Korea. We can see why they had such a high preliminary presentation score.
Oh yeah. I love when we're seeing moves which we've never seen before, and this routine definitely had those.
And I think that's something that really strikes the judges. As a former judge myself, I was always excited when they would surprise me. It wouldn't be something I would expect to see. They'd pull it off, and we saw so much of that from this Korean team today. Again, some of those quad CLs. There's a quad with a TJ, quad with an AS, a Mick rope release into a rope catch, and so they're intentionally stopping the rope on their body. That does add to their presentation skill, and it factors into that surprise factor. And as Hannah talked about before, there was that rope direction switch. So the jumper went in the air, stopped the rope behind him, and then brought it forward and scooped his partner. Here's that beautiful sequence at the end there with the rope wrap while the handstand's going on. Stay on your hands, stay on your hands, wait together. Excellent. What execution.
They had a couple of misses though, so I'm really interested to see where are they going to land with this routine. Let's see what the others have in store for us.
Okay, next on the floor is another team from Korea. Again, there are 3 teams of all male jumpers from Korea here in the finals. This is the single rope pair freestyle, all male division. We did have a slight discrepancy on the heat sheets, so we'll update that in just a moment.
We are having Hong Kong on the floor.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
So Hong Kong, China on the floor right now.
That was a strong start. These are one of the strongest multiples we've seen so far in this competition. Wow, backward quad switch.
Using the music really well. Wow.
That was a Mick release with a direction change multiple under in a scoop.
On the accent of the music.
Oh, yeah. Using the accent, using the music, doing pairs interactions, multiples, powers.
Some really high-flying skills out of these young men from Hong Kong, China. Some backwards triple unders.
Come on, come on. They're doing quads at the end of the routine. Wow.
Beautiful rope wrap. The crowd loves it. We saw some high-flying interaction skills. Loved seeing some of that they included there.
I think we've just seen the most difficult routine of today so far.
And, you know, so much of it was a risk, right? Because everything had to be just right, very precise for them to be able to pull off some of those skills that they included in that routine. Let's check out some of the highlights.
Wow. They also managed to interact with the judges while performing these incredibly difficult skills. That scoop there, that was a Sunny D ended in a scoop.
Again, seeing some of those backward skills, the forward skills, the multiples. Wow, there was that just amazing skill in the air, and it landed on the accent of the music. You're seeing the slow motion replay here.
5109 from Belgium, Lord and Yellow.
They're excited sitting in the athletes' lounge there after they came off the floor. Let's see how well their score holds up. Next up on the floor is Team Belgium. This is an experienced pair. They have competed in many world championships.
These guys are killing it. We're seeing Lode and Yelle on the floor. A really interesting fact about this pair specifically is that they have 13-year age gap between the two of them. Lode is one of my favorite skippers to watch. Extremely experienced jumpers on the floor.
Some nice multiples into the partner interaction, into a front flip, perfectly synchronized with one another. Again, we're seeing forwards jumping and backwards jumping. They will get higher difficulty marks for some of the backwards jumping.
Great use of the music. I love that they're mixing different beats.
Again, nice technical skills. They're facing away from the judges so they can see those arms being manipulated behind their back.
You can see how difficult it is to perform a 1 minute and 15-second routine like that. Well done, guys. Great, great job. Lode is a 4-time European Master Champion. 4-time, I mean.
A lot of experience, and again, Hannah already mentioned the age difference between these two. So a very experienced athlete with someone who's a little younger. Again, matching up their styles. You can see the amplitude. They come off the ground at the same height as they pull off these incredible multiple skills here.
Beautiful execution, super strong routine.
And once again, there are required elements that the judges are looking for in these. We're seeing an example of multiples. There's some of the interaction skills. Now some power and gymnastics. Again, up on the hands, the strength required to do this all in timing and in coordination. A real feat of athleticism. Again, toward the end of the routine, you saw they didn't shy away from the difficult skills despite how tired they were. And a nice ending. Well done from Team Belgium. That should be a very competitive routine as they make their way over to the athletes' lounge. Get some water, catch their breath, and wait to see what the final two routines in the male single rope pair freestyle division have in order. Now, one thing I'll point out is that if a mistake is made and one athlete completes a skill while the other one doesn't, they will not get full credit for that. And one of the challenges is if they have a required element in the routine and both athletes don't complete that required element, that is a deduction. And so not only is accuracy important for the way it visually looks in the routine, but also for the way the score comes together to ensure that they are maximizing their points.
That's right. And up next, we are welcoming Team Korea on the floor, Sangmin and Wongwoo. Wongwoo is also going to compete in single rope individual freestyle tonight. That means he's a really strong single rope individual athlete. Also, they had a few misses in the prelims, so we are going to be really excited right now what they can pull off.
Now, this is the team that had the highest difficulty score in the preliminary round, or excuse me, the second highest difficulty score in the preliminary round.
And the highest presentation.
Wow, some high-flying multiples to start. Here's some interaction skills. Jumping over his partner's back.
They're just showing us why they had the highest presentation score. Some really, really creative moves. A lot of originality.
Getting back in sync, a little bit of trouble. As long as they can keep those ropes moving, they will not get a deduction. Here's some of that rope manipulation.
Their difficulty score, though, was really close to the first one, so it is going to be extremely close now.
So some intentional stops here. Getting back in rhythm. Another quad to yes there. A mid rope release into a scoop. Now a floater. Staying in time with each other.
And in time with the music. Oh, a really long multiple sequence towards the end of the routine. Some quads to finish with. Wow. Well done, guys. Well done.
Nice job.
We've seen a couple of misses.
Team Korea, again, fatigue a big factor in this competition. An 8-day tournament. We are on day 7. And I do think out of that routine we saw some things that we talked about before being unexpected for the judges, right? So you don't expect to see one jump over the other one's back and do a triple or a quadruple under in the air and land and then get right back in timing. Look how synchronized their ropes are on these multiples. Really impressive skills. Here's that jump 1, 2, 3, 4. So he did a quad as he jumped over his partner into a crab sequence and some breakdance style moves included for some power. Here's some of that intricate technical rope manipulation under the legs. A lot of these rope wraps are intentional. You see how he kept his legs moving despite getting a little tangled up.
That shows some experience there. These are the moves which you were talking about, those wow moves, right? Like the judges are going to remember that was.
And they're showing the preliminary scores on the screen in the arena. Team Belgium right now in the lead. Again, we saw a very clean routine from them. Very high score. We've got one more team to go. And in fact, it is Team Japan. And Japan had the highest preliminary score. So we're in for a treat. If they can pull this off with a clean routine, with few mistakes, with good presentation, then they can contend for the top spot. If they can't, then Team Belgium will take home the crown.
Let's see. We are welcoming on the floor Kai and Kaya, and actually Kai subbed in for Kaya's original partner Kan during this competition, so that is a really interesting thing now to see. He must be a really experienced jumper to do that. How beautifully on the music.
So difficult, some of these quads.
Wow.
And notice they're turning backwards and now back to forwards. Incredibly high difficulty score there.
A really interesting flip.
Backwards, push up into a backwards CL it looked like. Backwards double under AS. There's a mix rope release, catching it under the leg right into a front flip. Again, stringing tricks together like that will enhance their presentation score.
Oh, wow.
A backwards push-up with a scoop, a difficult trick on its own, and they made it look effortless, followed up by a rope release scoop triple under. There's another Mick rope release into a scoop. We saw both partners perform that same skill.
Oh, nice. Well done, guys. Wow.
Some personality on the finish there.
That was such a fast-paced routine. I feel like it was packed with multiples, packed with power moves, and definitely packed with releases and pairs interactions.
You know, the releases are such a risk because you are physically releasing at least one of your handles. And so if you miss the catch, the re-grasp of that handle, it can lead to trouble. And yet they didn't mind taking those risks multiple times throughout this routine. Here's some of those high-flying multiples we saw them start with, often a hallmark of these pairs routines.
Wow, that move I think was my favorite.
And these backwards multiples, some of the most difficult I have ever seen performed at a tournament. And the scores being shown in the arena.
So close, so
Team
close.
Japan 0.2 of a point higher than Team Belgium based on the way the scores have come out. They are continuing to confirm the tabulations, but preliminarily it does look like Team Japan, the routine we just saw, will edge out Team Belgium, just like what we saw in the female division where it was almost 0.2 of a point difference. So here are the standings. They are confirming these. Again, that top spot going to Team Japan with a 47.5. Second place, 47.36. Once again, all it takes is one mistake, one slip, one accuracy deduction, one lack of posture on a skill to be that difference between first and second place. Of course, as a former athlete, I love seeing the scores be close together. It represents the fact that we are having the top athletes really showcase what they can do from a diversity of styles, a diversity of locations and training patterns. Really, really impressive to see the way they've come together and pull off some of the hardest routines that I've ever seen in a competition.
100%. On the third place, we are welcoming Hong Kong, China, Chouk and Chong. On the second place, we are welcoming Team Belgium, Lode and Jelle.
And of course, first place goes to Team Japan. We will now go to the floor and listen in as we celebrate these athletes and as we hear their national anthem be played for the arena.
Please stand for the national anthem of the winning team. Congratulations, everyone. Well done.
Congratulations to the team from Japan, taking home the crown of the single rope pair freestyle world champion. Again, that was that last routine we saw. They had the highest difficulty score in the preliminary round, and they showed us what they could do in the final, really integrating not only difficulty, but beautiful presentation and great interaction with each other. You can see just how intricate some of these multiple skills are. Again, all of these different arm restrictions add to their difficulty. Some highlights from the Korean team. Now, as we continue through the broadcast, we're next going to move into the mixed gender division, still on single rope pairs freestyle. So now you're going to see routines that include both a male and a female.
I feel like this is such a great opportunity to fellow jumpers to get inspired, to learn some new moves, to watch like what we are watching right now on the screen, the slow motions, and then to go out there and construct their own routines and practice these skills, what we are seeing right now.
First up on the floor, Team Belgium, again in the mixed single rope pairs freestyle division.
Starting out with some really strong quads, a little miss there, but really quick fix. Perfect use of the music. So technical and such a perfect execution from these jumpers.
Nice job showing some of the under leg crosses mixed with triple unders and quads here. Some power skills. Again, that's another required element. They have to have some power or gymnastic skills infused in the routine to cover all of the elements.
Beautiful synchronicity too. They're just landing perfectly in sync with each other.
And with the music, they clearly are using some very purposeful accents to weave in some of the more difficult tricks. There's a nice mic rope release into a release, catching the accent again. Blind scoop in a 360. Moving the floor, ending in a split.
Ending in a split at the very end of the routine is always a really risky choice, but these guys pulled it off. Well done. Well done. Great, great job.
Making their way over to that athlete lounge where they will sit, recover a bit, have some water, wait to see how their fellow finalists fare as they all compete for that title of world champion. They began with a scoop moving right into a quad TS.
That is one of the hardest quads to do.
Again, both arms are tied up behind your back, so you have to have them in just the right place to be able to pull it through and get your body over the loop of the rope.
Please refer to the leaderboards.
Doing a nice job with some of the pair interaction skills, and here you see them preparing for the finish where they landed down in that split. It's not just the physical athletic strength, it's also the endurance, it's also the flexibility, and then ultimately the creativity, right? Do they know how to think to surprise the judges, to weave tricks together, to have them flow? Once again, the difficulty score is their base score, and then the presentation adds to it. It becomes a multiplier to that difficulty score, and then, of course, any mistakes or misses will take away from that score.
That's correct. Up next, we're having Team Canada on the floor, Everett and Caitlin.
And they're starting the floor spread apart. We have not seen that yet out of a team.
That's correct.
And so my guess would be that they're going to converge here at the beginning. So they're moving across, using the floor really well. There's a rope drop, but they waited to get back in sync.
And there they are.
Sometimes the hardest part about performing a routine like this is to make sure that you stay synchronized with their partner.
That was a beautiful scoop there. We've never seen that.
AS straight into a push-up, into a turntable, up into a frog, double under frog, a nice power sequence. Again, they have to play to the strengths of both athletes and ensure that they can both complete the skills.
Such a beautiful execution we're seeing. It's really elegant. I love the style of these two jumpers.
A more dramatic music
also
choice
the music
here.
choice, yeah, but look at those straight legs. Well done. Really interesting rep variations. And just perfectly on the music. Beautiful multiple sequence. Here's that mic release perfectly caught. And the really interesting release to finish with. Well done.
Love the creativity there.
Amazing job.
They had a few accuracy misses there at the beginning, but they finished so well, and it was such a nicely choreographed routine.
Yeah, that's I think my favorite choreography so far in this competition. It was beautiful. We'll see where they're gonna land.
So again, we'll have the top 6 who will perform here. Here's the beginning of that routine where they started across the floor, did a front flip while moving the rope under their feet.
Please refer to the leaderboard.
Showing some nice underleg crossing with some rope wraps right into scoops. Here's that sort of 3-way 1, 2, 3 with a spin. Again, the choreography to pull off something like that. Really a thoughtful use of the ropes. And next on the floor, we've got a pair from the United States, Blake and Elise. And when I look at the preliminary scores from this particular team, they did have the highest presentation score in the preliminary round. So we do expect to see some nice flowing skills in this routine.
Beautiful sequence to begin. Wow.
A hummingbird scoop, that's a quadruple under. 1 to 2-handed frog into a double under frog. Great power skills. A little bit of trouble moving between these different skills, but they seem to be back in sync.
A really interesting rap sequence. Oh, that was beautiful. It's also a really fast-paced routine, right? Which means that they can just have so many skills.
We saw a buddy switch there. Before that, a really nice rope release. Again, some great interaction. This is why they had such a high presentation score in the preliminary round.
They're flying. Well done.
And finished on the music. So in spite of some accuracy challenges at the beginning, they finished well. They hit their high-flying skills. And sometimes that's the difference between that first and second spot, is the ability to pull off some of those really, really difficult components of the routine so that they can get a maximum score for that part.
And I think we've been talking about this throughout the days, but it's also a really interesting question for a jumper, or in this particular case for both of the jumpers, if they're choosing to do the risky ones or they're choosing to leave them out because they want to make sure that they're going to get a clean routine. It's always a matter of, I think, preference and choice.
And they are using beaded ropes. You can see them really well. That not only helps the presentation score go up, but it helps the rope hold its shape. There's some of that buddy switch. And now you're going to see the assisted Sunny D. That's a backwards frog. Very difficult skill to pull off. And then finishing with a nice pose on the music. Now the preliminary standings so far, in the lead is Team Belgium. So they're going to try to retain that top spot, and we'll see if they can continue to do that as the last 3 routines get performed. Now next on the floor will be Team Korea. And they're going to use a plastic style rope. So the last team from the United States used a beaded style. Starting right off with some quads and a tight sequence there, staying synchronized with each other.
A nice clean routine so far.
And in the qualifier, they had the second highest presentation score. And you can see them playing with the music, playing with the crowd.
They're making these quads look so easy.
These are not easy skills to perform. I love the spins, the dynamicism.
Yeah. It's really dynamic, really fast, really beautifully on the music.
Some power skills. Again, they used the music. The music slowed down. They slowed down.
I think this is the cleanest routine we've seen so far in this category. Oh, there is the mistake.
Interaction skills here.
Really creative one.
Another interaction skill there. Using the music, having some fun.
Wow.
They've got to be happy with that.
Excellent work. I think they only had one miss.
That's right. And as technical as these routines are, one miss is in fact a feat to see.
Oh, wow.
On the floor.
Yeah. They're very happy, and they should be very happy. I think this is going to be one of the top scoring routines. We'll see. We'll see. A really creative starting position. Those quads to begin with. It was a really nice sequence, quads and triple under combined. Also, those seamless direction changes of the ropes. There's that play.
Playing with the music. And they strung them together. They didn't have a lot of open bounces in between skills. Beautiful scoop there. Wow, down in a push-up position into a kip. And they're showing the scores on the screen. Team Korea has surpassed Team Belgium.
Yeah, wow. Beautiful.
So they are now the top routine, and there's 2 remaining. We will see if they can hold on to that top spot, but I will mention that the next 2 routines, so the remaining 2, were in fact the top 2 qualifiers. So we are in for a treat as we look at some of the things yet to come and the excitement that's here. Next up is a team from Australia. This is Luke and Chloe.
Chloe is 16 years old and Luke is 32, but Chloe has been jumping since she was 6 years old.
Australia known for their choreography. They always do a nice job with the music, and you can already see that in this routine.
Really precise, a lot of multiples, a lot of technicality.
Every accent in the music is used here.
These routines are so well taught.
Very clean so far. Quad AS there, a nice rope release into a scoop. Getting set for a triple under TJ scoop there.
Perfectly on the beat.
Some backwards TS, again, those long handles coming in good use. Rope release into a catch on the beat. That's what the judges are looking for.
Fantastic job so far.
Notice how they're speeding up the pace to match the rhythm of the music.
Such a well-built-up routine.
Nicely done.
Great job, guys.
Well done, Australia.
Hannah, you mentioned the age difference. Luke Boone here, shown on the screen, is one of the most decorated athletes in the sport of jump rope.
I think he's actually the most.
Multiple time world champion across all kinds of disciplines, ranging from speed to freestyle. And here we see some of the highlights, again, starting with some of those very difficult multiple skills. Strung together in a combination sequence. There's that rope release right into a multiple under scoop.
Perfectly in sync with each other. I love when a multiple is landed in a wrap.
And that's tough to do because oftentimes your feet aren't coming down at the same time. You have one foot landing before the other. You have to know exactly where to place your arms.
That's right.
The crowd reacting as Team Korea retains its spot atop the leaderboard. A nice finish there from Team Australia, and the highlights.
5117 from Belgium, Berlin and Yelle.
So there they sit in the athletes' lounge waiting for the final team, and that is from Belgium. Now, this team was the top scorer in the preliminary round. In particular, they had the highest difficulty of any of these routines. And so we will see if that proves true here in the finals.
And they are both European champions in freestyle.
Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it started.
What an amazing execution. You can see their body position is just upright. that is going to count as a creativity score for sure.
Incredibly difficult quads we're seeing them perform
Oh,
here.
wow.
Back handspring into a scoop, and they kept going.
We have not seen that.
Smiling to the judges as they move across the floor. Some gymnastics, round off, back handspring into a back tuck, staying in sync with each other.
Such strong athletes.
Some upbeat music, and they're adapting their style to match that music as it plays. A nice scoop over a front flip. Again, continuing to string together these multiples that are just so difficult to pull off. There's a floater into some backwards jumping now, a backwards TJ. A little bit of trouble there, but they're staying very quickly back on the beat.
Nice. They're using the music good. Wow, good
Ending
job.
right on an accent.
This is going to be tight. This is going to be so tight. Well done, guys. Really, really great job.
And you can see why they had the highest difficulty in the preliminary round, particularly with some of those multiples early in that routine. Very difficult to pull off. And as Hannah said, these are both individuals who have won at the single rope freestyle level as European champions and coming together for a single rope pairs freestyle here.
Oh, that was my favorite. Wow.
Really integrating some creativity into it, some surprise for the judges. Now you see that scoop with the front flip. Everyone has to be in just the right place for that to be able to get pulled off accurately. Some TJs, some CLs.
And there are the official scores.
And Team Belgium has done it. They have taken the lead over Team Korea.
And it is a massive lead.
We will now proceed with the award ceremony for single rope
Almost
pair
10 whole
freestyle
points.
mixed division.
And they are getting rewarded for just how difficult their routine
The bronze
was.
medal goes to Belgium, Alec and Marina.
So we will quickly move into the award ceremony to honor these athletes. Belgium has taken third place. And of course, their Belgian peers have also taken first place, with Korea being second. We'll now go to the floor
The
and
silver
listen
medal
in
goes to
as the award
Korea,
ceremony continues.
Unsa and Haejun. And the gold medal goes to Belgium, Belin and Jelle. Please stand for the national anthem of the winning team. Congratulations, everyone.
Congratulations once again to Team Belgium, taking both first and third place on the podium, with Korea taking second. So far, Belgium having a nice showing in this tournament. Now, the next event that we're going to see is the Double Dutch Pairs Freestyle event. And that's going to feature 4 athletes on the floor at the same time in a double Dutch set of ropes. So 2 turners turning 2 ropes in an egg beater style fashion. And you can really up the ante on creativity when you add 2 more athletes into the event. We should expect to see some high-flying interaction skills, similar to what we saw in these single rope pairs routines. But in double Dutch, you remove one of the variables because not everyone has to be both turning and jumping at the same time. So we expect to see a high level of creativity, and we were, in fact, blown away by some of the preliminary routines. We are in for a treat here in just a few minutes as we watch some of the highlights from the single rope pairs mixed division freestyle.
I love that scoop.
Nice buddy scoop, and they kept all that right in sequence. Again, seeing the variety in the styles of ropes. We're going to see that in double Dutch more than likely as well, although most teams do tend to trend toward the beaded ropes when it comes to double Dutch. And some of the same required elements that we saw in the single rope pairs events, like the multiple unders, are also required in double Dutch. And all that means is that the turners then have to spin the ropes multiple times under their jumper's feet. So the same person's not turning as jumping in most cases. And what that means is that the coordination factor amplifies that much more. You really have to be in sync. Your routine has to be well designed ahead of time. And once again, the time limit will be 75 seconds for the double Dutch pairs freestyle event.
That is correct. Before the double Dutch pairs freestyle, though, we are going to have a medal ceremony for the double under speed relay and for double Dutch speed relay.
So those were the first 2 events that we started with in the morning. Again, those speed events, we were able to see very quickly what the scores were, and we saw so many of those records either tied or broken. We are going to have to rewrite some of the speed record books after this tournament, and that's exactly what we love to see every time we come together as a jump rope community and bring these athletes in for a world championship.
That's exactly right. And I think this medal ceremony is also going to be really interesting because we might see the scores as well, the official scores. So if there's a record broken, then we are going to know that right now.
You can see just how happy Belgium was, the emotion on their faces as they acknowledged that win.
Bronze medal goes to
Once again, you're watching the
Japan,
2023
Kai.
World Jump Rope Championship. We're live in Colorado Springs, USA. We're on day 7 of an 8-day tournament. It will conclude tomorrow, and we will be broadcasting throughout the afternoon and evening today, and then all day tomorrow. Now, right now, they are honoring the winners from the speed double under speed events, and so we will let you hear what those results are on the broadcast, and we will go to the floor for that.
The gold medal goes to Hong Kong, China, Chuck K and Yun Song. Please stand for the national anthem of the winning team. Congratulations, everyone. We will now proceed with the award ceremony for the single rope double under relay female division. We have a tie for the bronze medal. The bronze medal goes to Germany, Antonia and Lilith. The bronze medal also goes to Hong Kong, China, Ka Yi and Yuki. The silver medal goes to Australia, Gemma and Jessica. And the gold medal goes to Hungary, Kitty and Anna. Please stand for the national anthem of the winning team. Congratulations, everyone. The next award ceremony is for single rope double under relay mixed division. The bronze medal goes to the USA, Zoe and Noah. The silver medal goes to Korea, Dahae and Sonjun. And the gold medal goes to Hong Kong, China, Chu Ting and Song Yi. Please stand for the national anthem of the winning team. Congratulations, everyone.
Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep.
We will now proceed with the award ceremony for Double Dutch Speed Relay, Female Division. The bronze medal goes to Belgium, Laura Jana Jilke Jilska. The silver medal goes to Hong Kong, China, Yu Lan, Ziyue, Jingho, and Chui Shan.
Inside my own world of make-believe, kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days
And the gold medal goes to Sweden, Lova, Ina, Sara, and Olivia.
I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Please stand for the national anthem of the winning team. Congratulations, everyone. The next award ceremony is for Double Dutch Speed Relay, Male Division. The bronze medal goes to Hong Kong, China, Ninghei, Po Hang, Kaiming, and Ting Long. The silver medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Changman, Saikit, Chongho, and Waiwa. And the gold medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Chuk-Kyu, Chuk-Kei, Chon-Chun, and Park-Yin. Please stand for the national anthem of the winning team. Congratulations, everyone. The next award ceremony is for Double Dutch Speed Relay Mixed Division. The bronze medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Song Tip, Lam Hui, Ho Yin, and Wing Yao. The silver medal goes to Belgium. Yo, Kobe, Joyce, Jens, and Lorena. And the gold medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Wing Lok, Chu Ting, Chi Ki, and Song Ying.
So why does it hurt? I left you first, can't admit it to myself. But I guess I was wrong, the entire time. So why does
Please stand for the national anthem of the winning team. Congratulations, everyone.
You're insecure, don't know what for. You're turning heads when you walk through the door. Don't need makeup to cover up. Being the way that you are is enough. Everyone else in the room can see it.
If you're just joining us, this is the 2023 International Jump Rope Union World Championship. We are live in Colorado Springs, USA. We are on day 7 of an 8-day tournament to crown the best in the world. And we have athletes from 25 countries. More than 1,200 of them have come together to crown the champion over this long week. Now today we are crowning champions. Tomorrow we'll be crowning champions. Last night we kicked off the finals with a wonderful team show competition where Belgium took home the gold.
That is correct. I cannot wait for what we're about to see today and tomorrow. I think we can agree on the fact that this is our greatest event so far, the biggest jump rope event of our jump rope history. So I wish everyone could sense what we are sensing right now in the arena, but I believe that on the broadcast people can feel what we are feeling.
And that sense of community is only heightened coming out of the pandemic, when so many of the events had to be completed virtually. People were video calling each other, trying to coordinate different routines and events over an online forum or social media. And now being back in the same arena, in the same place, interacting with each other is just so much fun. Now the next event we're going to see today is the Double Dutch Pair Freestyle event. We'll have 4 athletes on the floor doing a double Dutch routine for up to 75 seconds. It will be choreographed to music. So as you see Australia taking the floor, just like the other freestyle events we've seen that include teams, there will be an all-female, an all-male, and then a mixed gender divisions. Now when we look for a double Dutch pairs routine, not only are we looking for the traditional elements of a double Dutch routine, so things like floor skills, power, gymnastics, multiples, but also those interaction skills where one athlete is interfacing with another to pull in some of that creative factor.
I think the more jumpers are on the floor, the more room there is for creativity, and that is what we are going to display now, just right now. Oh, what a beautiful start. Also, I think it's a really important factor on double Dutch pair freestyle as well, how fast the routine is, and these girls are just incredibly fast-paced.
Some one-handed frogs there, switching positions with a frog over a split. And notice how the turners occasionally are crossing their arms. That only adds to the difficulty score. So all the jumpers are turning, all the jumpers are jumping.
So far, so clean. Oh, those restricted positions.
And you saw the ropes almost click each other, but the turners kept them moving to avoid a mistake. No deduction for that click. That will cause a deduction as they had to move out of the ropes and there was a full rope stop, so the judges are looking for those.
A really important thing is to go as fast into the ropes as possible so that there wouldn't be more deductions. Well done, well done.
Nice job, Australia.
Great job. We've seen a couple of misses, but overall this was a really strong routine, packed with moves, packed with powers. You know, the faster a routine is, the more room there is for all these elements performed.
So they're going to make their way over to the athletes' lounge like we've seen the others do throughout this tournament. And just like the other events, it is the top 6 finishers from the preliminary section that are moving here today into the finals, competing for that world champion title. And of course, we will know who that is just as soon as that last routine finishes. So a panel of judges are down watching. They're immediately scoring these routines. You see these athletes recovering, getting some water, getting some rest as they wait for the others to perform their routines. Here's some highlights. There's that push-up over the split. Again, anytime the turners can cross their arms and otherwise restrict their movements, that amplifies the difficulty score.
That's correct. And if a power is performed above another power, that is also increasing the level of difficulty.
So smiles from Team Australia here. And as we await the next team to take the floor, I'll remind you that we've got 3 different styles of judging. One judge is looking for the difficulty of the routine. One set of judges is looking for the presentation of the routine. And then another judge is looking for all of the required elements to be satisfied, along with accuracy.
Up next, we're welcoming Germany on the floor.
And this team from Germany placed 3rd in the the German championship. So they've got some experience competing at a high level, and we'll see what they can do here on the world stage today.
Also, a really interesting thing about double Dutch pairs is that the ropes are normally longer. I think this is the longest rope we can see, and they're more difficult to turn because of that.
So each team has to decide how long they want their ropes to be. Too long and they can be hard to turn, too short and the ropes aren't big enough to be able to get around some of these power skills. It's always a decision teams have to make ahead of time. Some nice multiples there integrated into the routine. There's a stack push-up set. Everyone has to be perfectly in time to pull off some of these difficult skills because there's a small window that the rope can fit under. Some really great turning there on that subway power skill where one jumper tunnels under the other like we're seeing here once again.
That is a really difficult skill.
Subway is one of the more popular double edge pair skills. We will likely see instances of that in most of the routines today.
A beautiful switch with the frog.
There's a buddy frog on one hand. A little out of sync there, but they chose to go ahead and finish the routine because they all knew their music was coming. And so one of the pieces of these routines that can help the jumpers actually when there are accuracy mistakes is using the music to get right back on cue with each other. Because of course all 4 athletes have to know exactly when and how to start back up, because that's not something they can really debate out there on the floor. They've got to be able to do it quickly. They showed us some nice examples of that. There we're seeing some of those power skills with restricted turning going on at the same time. Again, if a mistake is made while a skill is being performed, it does not get scored on difficulty.
We have a new leader.
And because there is so many restricted positions from the turners as well, these athletes are practicing those turning movements as much as jumpers are practicing the moves within the ropes.
Now, as of this moment, the preliminary scores show that Germany is in the lead over Team Australia. And I believe it's probably their difficulty that put them over the edge in spite of some of those accuracy deductions. So again, that's the trade-off of risk-reward. If you include more difficult skills, you'll get rewarded by the judges. However, it's harder to pull off cleanly.
Here we go.
We're having Belgium on the floor. Great choice of music, some footwork to begin with. I love the use of the accents.
We've seen a lot of that out of Team Belgium throughout the competition. They use the music very well. Now they're timing themselves to get back in rhythm. The other thing I like about this team is they're paying attention to the little details. So notice how the athlete who's jumping has their hands behind their back. It shows a sense of precision and technicality that the judges will like.
Oh, that was really interesting. An aerial and the front flip at the same time. There's that famous move.
Subway, and then they're switching positions into a transition. Again, the jumper turner transitions are something to watch. They can be a risky point in the routine.
So many restricted positions from the turners as well.
You
Great
saw that
job.
multiple at the end to
Nice
finish
job,
with them
Belgium.
landing in the split down on the floor.
Excellent work.
These ladies will make their way over to the competitor lounge as they await the scores, which happen live as they are sitting there recovering. We've got 3 more teams to go in the female double Dutch pair freestyle. A nice opening immediately into a buddy push-up and then a buddy frog while they had Turner interaction. All of that amplifies their difficulty score. You can see the multiples, so they did a one-handed frog with a double under or a
Please
pop-up
refer
pulled
to
under the frog.
leaderboard.
And you can see how when there's a wheel, normally the
We
jumpers
have
are
a
standing
new
a little bit in
leader.
front of the turners, and that is because it is way easier to jump through the
Team
ropes
28.
from that angle.
5121 from Germany.
Now the crowd cheering a little bit there because the team from Belgium we just saw actually did overtake the last team, and so they're now standing in the lead with 3 more routines to go. Next on the floor is Team Germany. And notice the different styles of ropes, again, that they're using, different colors. The beads make it so that they can be creative. They can sort of match their uniforms as they choose. And again, the
Everyone
length of the
ready?
ropes is always a factor
we
that
go.
these teams are thinking about as they prepare these routines.
Restricted positions from both of the turners. Beautiful.
A nice worm there. We saw that in the preliminary rounds. A lot of excitement in this routine. Notice the turner there.
What
Ooh, a good
great
recovery.
fix.
So the ropes clicked there, but the turners knew what to do to keep their arms wide enough.
That is one of the most difficult things to do in a double Dutch pair.
Nice difficulty skills here with multiples and a subway.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So if they keep the ropes moving like that,
And
they
they
won't
can.
get a deduction.
Really clean routine so far. I'm loving it.
Another transition. Nice power skills. Here we're seeing another variation on that subway
Oh, wow.
skill. A little bit of challenge, but they're still smiling, moving through this routine. That's a nice wheel section. Doing a backwards frog in a wheel in a double Dutch pairs. Now these ropes are quite long, so it's difficult to control them through this. Great turning here.
Well done. I think
Good
it
job,
might have
Germany.
been the most difficult one in terms of difficulty. Let's see.
Now this team did place second in the German championship.
Well done, ladies. Well done.
Again, notice the turning here on these power sequences. Athletes
Effortless
in the
double
centers.
unders. Oh, wow. Yeah, that was beautiful. So much power. That was that little click.
The stacked push-up, nice recovery.
Please
Kept
refer
moving
to
all the way
leaderboard.
through that.
We have a new leader.
Nice job here on that wheel section, and Team Germany has taken the lead.
5122
Just
from
slightly
Belgium.
over Team Belgium, so we're continuing to see the ante get upped as these routines are performed. Now next up on the floor will be Team Belgium. And this particular team of Belgian ladies did win the European Championship.
These are very experienced jumpers.
You can see the standings as they look right now. Of course, the top 2 finishers in the preliminary round have yet to perform, so we'll see how Team Belgium handles
Everyone
this
ready?
next heat.
Here we
A
go.
really creative starting position from Belgium.
They almost made it look like a single rope routine using the double Dutch ropes.
Wow. Hand hop while doing a subway.
On the music, great timing, great synchronization. There's a multiple under with the arms crossed, very difficult to pull off while power's happening in the middle.
Look at the beautiful arc of the rope. Wow.
Again, each jumper will perform turning maneuvers as well as jumping maneuvers, some gymnastics there. They're going to get back on sync.
Performing double unders on the powers, especially in double Dutch pairs, is really tricky, and these girls are just nailing them.
Nice job. There's a nice switch with a wheel formation going on.
TS, that is one of the most difficult ones. Wow. Beautiful, beautiful work. Excellent work.
Well done,
That ending, the
Belgium.
difficulty on the ending there, the technical skill of the turners is probably underappreciated. To be able to do a TS while
While turning
transitioning, while turning over a gymnastic skill happening, and then ending on the accent with the music, they had to have the timing just right. Here's that creative beginning on the replay.
That perfect shape of the rope. Hand up while doing a subway.
Again, those multiples present a big challenge in double Dutch pairs with longer ropes. They're harder to turn and harder to keep
It
in the air.
requires so much precision, so much practice.
Here's that
There's
sequence
that
under the
sequence.
leg with the TS to finish. Really a creative job done by these ladies. I love the presentation in that routine. They're sitting there with some of their peers from their country in the winner's lounge.
And actually, Joska and Jilka are sisters from this team.
And they're waiting their score eagerly.
Let's see.
And there's one team remaining, and the last team who will perform, in fact, had the highest score in the preliminary round on both difficulty and presentation. So, whatever result these athletes see show up on the screen here as they're anticipating the next heat, we know that there's one more team to go, and they are the team that won the preliminary round.
Please refer to the leaderboard.
Now, as they check the
We have
leaderboard,
a new leader.
we see
Yeah.
that, in fact, the team we just saw from Belgium
Heat 30.
has overtaken
Top
Germany
1, 2,
for the
3
top
from the
spot. And so they're
USA.
going to
Renee
await what happens here when the
Canada.
final team performs. And this is a team from the United States.
They get a big, big cheer from their country and from the arena.
Now, again, this had the highest difficulty score of these routines, so we do expect to see some more power skills, some more athletic, high-amplitude jumps. We'll see multiples.
A lot of gymnastics.
And all of that makes for a difficult routine. However, there's also a big chance of a mistake.
Everyone
Now, this
ready?
team did win their national
Here we go.
championship despite having some mistakes at that tournament. We'll see how they fare today.
Oh, wow. Turning while doing a push-up and a frog.
Alternating hands on that turning, too.
That requires so much strength. Come on, girls.
Great turn involvement, a slightly faster pace from this team
Yep.
than what we've seen from some of the others.
Oh, what a correction there.
Great recovery that will not count as a mistake. Multiples right into that subway skill, up to hand hops.
Don't forget your bliss. Start trying to figure out what's next.
Again, they're recovering well despite some accuracy misses here.
Know your worth and don't play me.
Very tight window to fit the rope under the hands when you do a hand hop like that in the ropes. They tried it again and they pulled it off.
Oh my God, that sequence.
They knew they wanted to include it. They decided to try it again and they were rewarded for that.
Wow. I am speechless. This routine was
Nice
fast,
job,
this routine was
USA.
powerful, creative.
You know, I think the thing that surprised me the most was the pace. Because they jumped so quickly, everything, it just upped the ante on the timing, and they strung together some very, very difficult strength skills. And so let's check the replay and just see how they pulled this off. Again, watch the turner on the right side of your screen. She's going to alternate hands here.
Push-up, and then there's the frog. I mean...
Really nice job there. Again, intricate.
Oh, wow. I think that was my favorite sequence from this tournament so far.
again, here's that recovery. They kept the ropes moving. No deduction for that. It wasn't quite how they planned it. But again, the experience showing from these athletes. There's the subway with the hand hop. This was the sequence they decided to retry when they came back in, and they pulled it off. Now they're eagerly awaiting the final scoreboard there as they sit in that athlete's lounge.
The award ceremony for double Dutch pair freestyle female division.
And we will move into the award ceremony after we find out just who the winner was from this particular event.
Belgium, Jana Yalusa Minuke Luna.
And you can see the preliminary score showing up on the screen. Team Belgium right now walking over for the third place award. And again, double Dutch pairs requiring so much skill, so much strength, and the coordination to have 4 athletes all in sync with each other.
The silver medal goes to Germany, Enya, Annika, Svenja, and Vivian.
Well done, Germany. Beautiful job, ladies. We are welcoming Germany on the second place.
Germany in second place. They're moving over to get their medal. And now we'll transition down to the floor as they crown the champion in this event.
And the gold medal goes to Belgium, Laura, Jane, Jilke, and Joska. Please stand for the national anthem of the winning team. Congratulations, everyone.
Congratulations again to Belgium. Such a strong showing so far here in this World Championship. Belgium taking first and third place with Germany in second.
We are going to move on to the male category, the male division.
And so again, the double Dutch pair freestyle event. And you can see here the final standings for that double Dutch pair freestyle for the females. Again, that top team coming out of Belgium, representing their country well, a very technical routine. One of the things that really separated that routine was, in fact, the turner involvement. We saw so many intricate turning skills, crossing skills, other maneuvers just jam-packed in the routine. And when you string so many tricks like that together, it really does bump up the difficulty score.
That's right.
5-1-2-4
So next taking the
from
floor
Belgium.
will be the
Slow
male team, so the all-male teams. We're going to start with a team from Belgium. And this team, in fact, was the silver champion team at the 2022 European Championship. And they have a variety of age ranges. We're seeing some of the same young men that we saw compete earlier in some of the other events. In this case, we've got an age difference of 18 to 32 years old, so a variety here, but these athletes are all experienced and have come together here to qualify for this
Everyone
finals
ready?
on double Dutch pair
Here we
freestyle.
go.
Welcome to the candy shop.
So seductive. I take you to the candy shop. I let you lick the lollipop.
Again, a longer set of ropes they've chosen to use, likely so they can fit them around the longer jumpers who are in the center. Creativity there, mixing in a traveler style element into the double Dutch pair. Here's a
Wow.
nice wheelbarrow flip is what we would call that. One-handed frog with a multiple under. Now there was a mistake at the end of that, so they can't count that toward their difficulty score, but they're waiting for their music cue to get back on sync. One-handed frog into a two-handed frog into a turntable push-up with
That
a
is-
flip over
wow.
a split.
These guys are so powerful and so technical.
They know what's coming next. They're going ahead and making the transition. Waiting for the music cues. A well choreographed effort here.
They're making those double unders effortless. Well done.
Well done, Belgium.
And they finished on time with their music. Now, some of the teams are going to really use the cues in the music, so everything is timed exactly to those beats. Other teams are going to use the music as almost a theme or sort of a track to help you understand, hey, we're going to do a fast pace, or we're going to do a slow pace, or maybe a more dramatic routine. I do like it when the teams choreograph the way these guys did. It does give them an opportunity to get cues, to get back on the beat when they miss. However, it means that they can't go back and repeat a section
refer to
if
the
they have a
leaderboard.
mistake. And sometimes that can be a risk in a tournament like this.
That's right. We've been talking about this,
Next
but
up,
like when a
P32,
routine is this well
5-1-2-5
choreographed, most of the times they're
from
practicing the
USA.
routine first
Making
without
John
ropes so that they can
Foster.
nail those accents in the music. We are welcoming a team from the United States.
So Belgium showed us a really technical routine. They had a lot of power skills included in that routine. The United States teams tend to favor more of those power skills. So perhaps fewer turner involvements. That's not always true, but it often is, because they are really focusing on the high-flying
Everyone ready?
acrobatics in the center of the
Here we
ropes.
go.
Again, different countries and different clubs have styles that show up at competition.
Little Miss there.
Back in the ropes, some alternating frogs, and then coming together.
Oh, a nice switch. Everyone is involved. I love that turn.
Little trouble on that transition there. They're moving back into the ropes. You can see the multiples. These are quadruple unders in some cases here. 4 times under the jumper's feet before they land.
Oh, that was beautiful. Double under below a frog.
Nice hand hop
Great job.
into a finish.
Great job.
Nice
Now, a
job,
slightly
USA.
slower pace than what we saw from the female American team a few heats back, but that allowed them to have a little more control over some of those transitions throughout the routine. There were some accuracy misses in that, but they did have some sequences that should boost their difficulty, in particular some of those wheel sections.
That's right. And I feel like all the US teams are doing such explicit multiples within the double dutch. events as well, and it's
Please
really
refer
difficult
to
to
the
nail those
leaderboard.
triple, quadruple, sometimes quintuple unders.
And we've talked about this before, but using a wheel style or a beaded style
Team
rope, I should
33,
say, anytime those ropes make
5.26
any
from Hong
contact
Kong,
with each
China.
other, they can jam up and it can cause a mistake. So it's so incumbent on those turners to keep their arms wide enough that the ropes don't touch, but not so wide that you miss looping your jumpers who are in the center of the ropes.
Yep, again, so much practice. These teams are jumping for hours per day.
Team Hong Kong China will be next on the floor in the double Dutch pair freestyle male division. And they're clearly setting up for a bit of
Everyone ready?
acrobatics here at the start of
Here we
their
go.
routine.
Also, we can expect a really fast-paced routine. That's right.
Now this team had the second highest difficulty score in the qualifiers. A little bit of a miscommunication moving into that transition, so now they're going to reset.
Backward TS on. Wow.
Nice roll kip. The handle was dropped, but his teammate got it back in his hands, and now they're transitioning into the next section. Counting out the beats because this is to the music. Again, multiples integrated with some of those power skills on the cue with the music. Having fun with it here. There's some of that Turner interaction. Again, that's only going to help their difficulty score. There's the subway we've seen so many times today.
Sorry, ladies.
And a nice finish with a rope skill
Great job,
there.
Hong Kong
Different
China.
formations, trying to add to that creativity and a purposeful close for Team Hong Kong. Now as they make their way over to the winner's circle, again, we've got a panel of judges who are instantly scoring these routines as they happen live so we can see the leaderboard as it changes. Notice there is a Turner jumper rope exchange on that last move. Multiple sequence here with the power.
Please refer to the leaderboard.
One-handed frog, the transition with the front kip.
We have a new leader.
And Team Hong Kong has taken the lead in the preliminary standings, so currently they sit in the top spot with 3 teams yet to go.
I would say that it has a lot to do with their fast pace. This routine was so incredibly fast that they just had so many moves in this within this 1 minute and 15 seconds. You can see the scores. They're almost 10 points, more than 10 points ahead of Belgium.
And there was a lot of separation in the preliminary rounds as well. We noticed that there was some considerable differences between the top
Everyone
and
ready?
the next
Here we
best
go.
teams, and a lot of that comes down to accuracy.
What a start from Team Hong Kong on the floor.
Showing some nice power. Again, the rope manipulation on the turning.
Every single time they do a power, there is a rope manipulation.
And there's a full flip, one of the only full flips we've seen in this tournament. And 2 of them did
Oh,
it.
wow. All 4 of them were in a frog. So far clean.
Using the music well. He attempted to do a floater, so he released the handle in the air, tried to re-grab it. He missed that grasp. It's always a risk, but they're getting back on cue. Well choreographed to the music. Some quads here. Wheel style
Wow.
jumping. Again, keeping those jumpers in the center is so difficult to do.
They'll nail those.
Great timing. I notice they're adjusting the pace, sometimes fast, sometimes slow.
That was an unexpected double under. Oh,
And a
wow.
nice finish there.
I think I have my new favorite. Well done. Well done, guys. This was such a strong routine, and they're so happy for it. Yeah. I don't know, Joe, how about you, but I just love seeing jumpers enjoying themselves on the floor, being happy for themselves, celebrating themselves. You know, like they've been working so hard for this one moment, and yeah, just seeing them being happy is wow.
So let's check out some of the highlights. They did pull off a floater early in the routine, and so we just saw an example of that on the Turner. Here is that full flip. Again, both athletes in the air at the same time, slowing the ropes down to catch them and get right back on beat. A nice job with everyone in a frog at the same time. Great difficulty here from Team Hong Kong China.
And such beautiful execution as well. These guys are jumping, not even jumping, they're flying, and there's that result.
And they have taken the lead over their teammates also from Hong Kong, China, so this is now the team to beat. Now the next team coming onto the floor is from USA. And the team coming on the floor had the second highest preliminary score, and so we will see if they can pull off their routine and contend with Hong Kong, China for that top spot. Now, Hannah, you talked about this, but the last team from Hong Kong, we really saw the it factor. It's hard to sort of quantify just what the energy they brought to the routine.
Energy, that's the word. Yes, exactly.
You felt it as a viewer, and now let's see what Team USA can do if they can bring a similar kind of feel to this.
So are those multiple unders?
The American
wow.
teams really do use those multiple unders, and we saw them execute that so well there with some
Perfect
quads.
arc, perfect shape.
Subway right into a one-handed frog, a stack push-up.
Little miss there.
Slightly slower pace for this team, so they're not jumping quite as fast, but you saw that quad in the midst of a wheel switch. There's a flip. Some nice assisted maneuvers here. Again, they're showing variation, creativity.
What a switch there.
Great rope release. There's your round off back tuck. Again, waiting on their turners to make sure they keep the timing in sync. They're counting down here. One-handed.
The crowd is going wild in the arena.
And that's their close. They're so happy with that conclusion there. They hit this power sequence, taking a bow there. They might have gotten so excited by hitting that section that some of them forgot to bow, but their energy showed, just like we saw from the prior team in Hong Kong, China. Now, this team did win the male division at the national championship in the U.S., and they showed us why here with this routine. Some nice leapfrogs. Here's some of those switch sequences with a front flip here, staying right on time. Here's that round off back tuck.
Flying, and that arc of the rope.
Notice they changed directions of the ropes coming right out of that, and then
So
now
much
moving
creativity.
down into that power sequence.
Third place.
You can really see them. There's a turntable on the back, moving around,
Team 36.
helping their teammates up.
84 from Belgium. Tim Peter
And Hong Kong has retained the lead right now on the leaderboard. So Hong Kong, China is awaiting this final performance to see who will be crowned champion in the double Dutch pair freestyle male division. Now, Team Belgium is taking the floor, and this was the top qualifying team in the preliminary round. And this was the top team not only in difficulty, but also in presentation. So we are in for a treat,
Everyone
and we will
ready?
see how well these athletes can
Here we go.
execute this routine.
Now excuse me if I sound rude, but I love
Nice toe pitch to start us off. Multiples right into some power here.
With one hand. Oh, beautiful. Also, we can notice the fast pace. Wow.
Moving through these transitions, again, they're changing the rhythm of the ropes, trying to have some variety mixed into this. Getting back on time here. A nice front flip, keeping the ropes moving. That's a very difficult maneuver to perform. Nice hand hop transition. Turner's doing a great job getting involved.
Using those accents.
Nice split from the guys here. Couldn't quite pull that one out, but they're back on rhythm now. Getting their spacing just right. And you can see why there.
That was one of my favorite sequences.
One-handed frogs and a finish. Team Belgium. They showed us why their difficulty score was so high, and yet they did have some accuracy mistakes in this. So we're going to see how that factors into their final score, because Team Hong Kong, again, is leading right now with a really solid routine. Now, they started with that toe pitch, and it's a great time to do it at the beginning of the routine because the ropes aren't moving yet. So you can set yourself up, get your body just where you want it.
Oh, wow, with those turn involvements. And the shape of these guys, wow, perfect.
Well done.
The score.
Still showing the highlights here. And Team Hong Kong China celebrating as they have retained that top spot by about 1.5 points over their teammates, also from Hong Kong. Such a nice job. They are excited.
We will now.
So proud to do their country a service by coming and winning a gold medal here at the World Jump Rope Championship.
Bronze medal goes to.
Now we are going to move straight into the medal ceremony as we watch these athletes get honored, starting with Team USA in third place, followed by those teams from Hong Kong. Next we'll go to the floor so you can hear the medals being awarded.
The silver medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Chok Him, Chok Kyu, Chon Chun, and Pak Kim. And the gold medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Ning Hei, Ko Hong, Kai Ming, and Ting Long. Please stand for the national anthem of the winning team.
Congratulations once again to Team Hong Kong China for their win in the Double Dutch Pair Freestyle event.
Well done. I have so many emotions right now within me because, you know, like in jump rope, as you said, we are a family and we share our sport and we are sometimes, you know, coaching different countries. Here we see the standings, the final results on the screen.
1.5 points separating first from second.
Really close, really close. And so, you know, one of the really interesting things about our sport is that we share our knowledge, right? So sometimes we coach in different clubs, and I was personally in the winning team's clubs once, and it was just such an amazing experience. So, you know, whenever someone's competing who you know, it's that factor, that emotional involvement. You want them to perform well. You want everyone to perform well, of course, but yeah, it's amazing.
You build those relationships,
Yeah.
and they come out, they matter so much on a world stage like this. And it's interesting because some of the teams that we saw just perform in the male division, they come from the same club, like you talked about. But others, such as the Belgian team that we saw go last, they, in fact, all 4 of them come from 4 different clubs. And so you can imagine the challenge involved with that, with practicing and rehearsing, coming together from around their country to get ready for a competition. Different teams have different styles. I myself have experience with doing a similar type of thing where when I competed in a world championship, me and my partner both lived in North Carolina, and we partnered up with a few gentlemen who also lived in the U.S. but lived in Texas, and so we had to sort out how to come together, build a routine, and ultimately pull it off in the World Championship. So much ingenuity nowadays with the use of technology to facilitate these routines. It's so exciting to see how these jumpers overcome obstacles to put their very best onto the floor. Now, next we're moving into the double Dutch pair freestyle mixed gender division. So you will see both male and female athletes on the same team. And we are going to kick off with Hong Kong, China represented here in this first heat.
Now this team has Chu Ting Ho, who is a world champion, a former world champion athlete, a legend. He was the first one to go above 500 in 3-minute endurance speed. And you know, 500 means it's actually 1,000 jumps because we're only counting our right foot, right? So I'm really excited for this team, what they're gonna bring to us.
Now you can see we're on a bit of a technical delay right now as we get the scoring system and the judges all reset and ready for this next event to happen. And we talked earlier in the broadcast about how the speed events really help prepare the athletes in terms of endurance for the freestyle because it trains some of the same muscles. It really gets you in shape for jump rope. And then when you weave in some of the artistic moves, some of the dance moves, that's how the freestyle really comes together. And that endurance really plays a factor because it helps you have less of a fatigue issue when you're trying to pull off some of these really difficult skills.
I think we're going to see that displayed right now on the floor because these athletes, all of them, I feel like they have a really strong speed score as well. So that kind of translates them itself into a freestyle routine as well. And I think, I don't know about Joe, but I feel like our sport is going to specialize more and more, and we are going to see more specialized athletes who are, you know, specialized in freestyle, in double dutch, in speed events, in endurance, in sprint, because it's just so wide and so complex. It's really difficult to maintain and to have, you know, all the skills required for every single event.
There are so many events across a tournament like this, and so we do see that some of the countries really do have a discipline that they excel in. Hong Kong, China has really come out and shown us excellence on both the speed front and the freestyle front, as we've already seen here today, and we're ready to begin this next heat.
Oh, that was a release there, and they caught it.
Again, your eyes are drawn to the jumpers in the center, but don't look away from those turners at the same time because they are also doing intricate skills and maneuvers while these skills are being performed in the center. There's that subway we've seen so much of.
The speed. Wow.
And again, they're matching the music pace. The judges will reward them for that, showing some breakdance acrobatics mixed into this.
The crowd loves this routine, and I understand why. Well done, ladies.
Go! Again, they're playing to the strengths of each athlete, it appears.
The rope has just a perfect shape. Those accents are perfectly used.
Just barely sliding the rope under, a little bit of a bobble there. They're working to recover. They know their music, so they're going to get back in sync with him. A fun ending from Team Hong Kong China.
Great job, Hong Kong, China.
Great execution. There were a couple spots where they ran into trouble, but otherwise they pulled off some of those big combinations really cleanly.
Yeah, I feel like that too, that there were a couple misses, but I think the majority of the difficult moves are and were executed perfectly. We'll see the scores.
Some fun here at the beginning. And again, when the jumpers are next to each other like that in the middle, it reduces the amount of space they have to get the rope under.
And I feel like they're using especially short ropes, and it can serve them when we're talking about the speed of the routine, right? Because it's easier to turn them faster if they're short. Although it leaves room for mistakes as well, because if you just move a centimeter, in the middle, then there's that mistake.
That's right. You see them over there in the athletes' lounge, the first team. So they have the most nerves as they have to sit there and wait and see the other 5 routines get performed.
I was actually thinking about that. Like, how would I feel when, during that sitting time there, just seeing all the other teams playing, performing.
If I had my routine done, I think I might take an exhale, a sigh of relief, knowing there's nothing else I can do.
That's true, yeah.
Drink some water, and frankly, just start getting excited and cheering for the others who are on the floor.
Love that, yeah.
Now, this team from the United States, they did win the mixed division in this event at the Nationals. You can see them setting up here for a toe pitch.
Oh,
They
wow.
have to time it with the ropes, so there's no disruption in the rhythm.
Beautiful double under the frog.
Nice subway.
So much air, right?
Over a split, and again, just barely getting off the floor, so you've got to really slide those ropes under. There's a nice wheel switch. Again, some good rope manipulation included in this. There was a leapfrog, one-handed over another jumper. Now switching.
We're seeing a really creative routine.
Great coverage there. Almost had a mistake, and they kept turning through it. Good experience being displayed here.
Wow.
Nice assisted aerial there. Transitioning into the ropes.
Oh, wow. That was a wow move there.
A rope release, intentional rope release, I should caveat. An assisted front walkover. That was a clean routine.
That was a clean routine.
Well done from Team USA. They know it. They're excited about it.
Excellent work, guys.
I know they can feel a sense of relief. They can exhale like we just talked about as they make their way over, kind of talking about what they just performed, being excited. And of course, the judges are looking for all the little details, and so one of those details here is ensuring that those ropes maintain a solid rhythm despite the fact that they're performing difficult skills like that toe pitch into this double under frog.
What a beautiful subway. Look how high he jumps. And she also in that split.
And just sliding those ropes right under her feet, just barely making it under.
Oh, that was one of my favorite switches. Wow, so complex, so much creativity.
There's that one-handed leapfrog shift. Well done. Love seeing the excitement on their faces there to finish this one off.
Yeah, well done.
All right, next up is Team Australia. And the team who's making their way to the floor right now is an experienced team. We've seen some of these athletes already today in the finals competing. And this team had the second highest difficulty score in the preliminary round. So let's see how they perform here in the finals.
Hand hops, executed perfectly on the music. A lot of technicality, a lot of precision. I think that's what I love most about Australian jumpers, and especially this group of people. The precision with which they're executing the routines is just out of this world.
Great turning. They slowed the ropes down at just the right time.
Beautiful accent use.
Nice flips. There's a leapfrog again. They're timing the ropes perfectly to be with the jumpers as they get off the ground here. Some turntables there. So far, a clean performance from Australia. integrating more breakdance moves here.
Beautiful aerial.
Such great form from everyone on this team, the turners and the jumpers.
So far, a clean routine.
One-handed buddy frog with the turner interactions here. Again, look how those ropes are just sliding across the ground. There's no bounce, sign of an experienced set of turners.
Beautiful arc and a clean routine from Team Australia. Well done.
And the emotion on their faces.
Oh my God, of course.
If there's ever a time to pull off a clean routine, it is here on the final stage at the World Championship, and they know it.
Well done. Excellent work. Excellent work. I can't wait to see the preliminary results.
Really nice job. You can see that initial power sequence. And I'll comment on the turning. It was done so well. You can see how smooth the arc of the ropes are, even with the multiples, even with the power
It's
in
like
this
an
routine.
art, right? Like they're making it art. Yep, there's that score.
It really is, and the crowd's reacting because in the arena they're showing the score, and they have moved into the top spot. Now there are still 3 teams yet to perform, and so we'll wait and see just what happens next. So Belgium will take the floor. And this is a younger team from Belgium, so they are looking for their first championship. These ladies have not, ladies and young men have not yet won a world championship in this event. And so they're here today on the world stage. They've qualified, and we'll see if they can bring some flavor into this competition and make their way up the leaderboard.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
Another fast-paced routine. Wow, those double unders under the power moves are effortless.
Nice job integrating some gymnastics here. Once again, Belgium using the music very well. All the accents. Timing those flips with the beats here.
Oh, really quick fix.
Good recovery. Now that's an unintentional rope stop, so there will be a deduction for that. They're waiting for their cue to get started again. Front flip and continuing to move through as they switch turners and jumpers. Some one-arm frogs here. A hand hop requires so much strength.
Especially towards the end of the routine. Wow.
Getting their spacing just right. And finishing on cue with the music. Now they did have some accuracy mistakes in that routine. They probably know that they could have had it done a little bit cleaner, but we'll see how their difficulty score shows up in the final standings and see how they ultimately fare on that leaderboard as they make their way over to the athletes' lounge. As we check out some of the highlights, you see those one-handed frogs.
So fast.
The turntables, again, they were on the music the entire time. There's that one-handed leapfrog.
B41.
A front flip there.
5139 from Korea. Jongmi, Yusong, Hyunbom,
And then again, nice multiple sequence right into the power moves. It requires not only the muscular endurance to be able to do that, but your joints, your flexibility to go from leaping high in the air and landing down on your wrists, on your hands. You have to train for that and really ensure that you have every movement very precise. Now you see them sitting together in the athletes' lounge. Team Australia still in the lead as we welcome Team Korea to the floor.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
Some quads there. Really creative power skills here. Amazing to see them pull that off. One jumper on their back, holding the ankles of another one.
They just left me speechless.
Some hand hops. That will be a deduction with the ropes unintentionally stopping. A nice dive roll over another jumper. They had to maneuver the ropes to make sure that could work, and they did it well. There's some more hand hops. Such power out of this team. The strength they're showing. Crab, a subway variation. There's
and look
subway
at the turner.
on the back.
Look at, wow. Not just what they're doing within the rope, but what the turners are doing outside of the rope. Exceptional.
Now, this was the team who was first in the Korean Championship, so they've got some experience in a championship kind of setting.
Well done, Team Korea.
Some exceptional power skills, some things I have certainly never seen before, which is part of the reason why I enjoyed this event so much, because there's an opportunity for creativity, that risk-reward type of thinking when it goes into the routine design. Let's check out some of the highlights. Again, the multiples right down into the power, and here's that impressive skill we saw that they pulled off.
I mean, how?
Look at the ropes just sliding barely under the athlete's
And
back.
we've been talking about this, but this is a hard wood floor.
Doing so well. Again, the accuracy on this hurt them a little bit with those mistakes, and it looks like on the leaderboard, Team Australia is still in the top spot. With one team to go, it is Team Belgium who is making their way onto the floor. You can see them congratulating each other, some hugs, some nice conversation. Hopefully they're getting a little bit of a rest. And I'll say, Team Belgium coming on the floor, they did have the highest qualifying score, especially because of their difficulty. So we do expect to see some skills out of this team that are classically representative of what Belgian style is, and that's a very technical, choreographed routine.
This particular group of jumpers also have a lot of medals under their belts. Really experienced jumpers, and we can see that.
There's that wheelbarrow flip again.
Oh, wow. With that length.
Some nice interaction again. They're flipping over each other.
Also perfect arc of the rope.
Very clean. There's that hand hop, requires so much strength into a stack push-up. Multiple sequence with power happening, so hard to pull off. They had a slight mistake, got back in, right back on cue here. Great creativity there.
Wow. Wheel with ATS, one of the hardest things you can do in a double Dutch pairs.
Especially
and
with the
nailed
ropes.
it.
Oh.
They nailed it. Wow. Well done.
It will be a close competition
Oh,
here.
wow. I really can tell.
So Belgium very happy with their performance in spite of having that one section where they did have a deduction. We'll see how it fares. They did a nice job staying on with the music. As you said, Hannah, this is an experienced team who has been to a lot of competitions. They know how to handle nerves. They know how to turn the ropes to really make it work and fit under those tight windows that the jumpers have.
Oh, wow.
And the leaderboard just showed up in the arena. Team Belgium has overtaken Australia for the top spot. That routine was so technical that many of the skills that they performed really led to that winning score. We're going to move right into the award ceremony next, but they're congratulating each other right now.
I love the sportsmanship these athletes are displaying. They've been jumping together for so long, you know, like year after year.
And they're so experienced. They see each other at competitions. They know each other by name. They learn from each other. Here are those final standings, and you can see just how high that score was from the Belgian team, and they really knew the rules, right? They really designed the routine to maximize the points that they could get from the judges on each one of those sequences that they performed in the routine, and did a really nice job pulling it off. Next, we'll go to the floor as we honor the winners here, starting with Team Korea in second, Team Korea in third, Team Australia in second, and of course Belgium in first. We'll go to the floor now.
The silver medal goes to Australia. Luke, Bell, Ben, and Emma. And the gold medal goes to Belgium, Hova, Joyce, Jens, and Lorena. Please stand for the national anthem of the winning team. Congratulations, everyone.
A great win once again for Team Belgium. They've shown up so well here at this World Championship. And I will say personally, the double Dutch pair freestyle is probably my favorite event to watch at a World Championship like this, just because of the way you can create new skills, different skills. You always see something you don't expect, and the ability to pull off some of these acrobatics because you've got the longer ropes makes it all that much more exciting. And so, Hannah, when you come to a competition like this, what's the event that you're most looking forward to watching?
This is a really hard question, Joe. I would say, though, double Dutch single freestyle.
And why is that?
Okay, you're asking the second hard question. I think because it's even faster than the double Dutch pairs, and just the creativity and the speed and the powers and, oh my god, the technicality which goes into that. I think that's the one which impresses me the most.
Now, we've seen double Dutch pairs happen. We just talked about some double Dutch singles happening. The next event we're going to see is a relatively new one in our sport, and this is called the double Dutch triad. And what you're going to see here are there's an open division, so there are no gender divisions in this, so we will have a single run of 6 qualifying routines here, and the winner will be crowned the champion in this event. Now, the way this event works is you have 5 jumpers on the floor, so typically 2 turners and 3 jumpers, which just ups the ante on the creativity and the acrobatics. First on the floor, Team Germany.
You can see how on one side there's 2 turners turning a rope. Imagine it's difficult enough to have 2 people, right, in the ropes, and now they're having 3.
That's a nice 3-person subway pulled off there. Again, you're going to see longer ropes in this discipline to accommodate greater length for 3 athletes to be in the center at once, showing us some rope manipulation, which is so much harder to do when you've got longer ropes.
Also, the turner movements are way harder to do with longer ropes.
Now, this team was the German champion in this team. In this competition, some real creativity there, where he did a frog off the backs of the 2 ladies who were in push-up positions.
Oh, we're going to see some wheel. turner involvement. And again, 3 people jumping. Beautiful. Great job, guys.
Now they're turning backwards here, crossing their arms. Notice the turners. Again, upping that difficulty score when they have that restriction happening. And cartwheeling out of the ropes into a finish. Nicely done by Germany. And I should point out that the 4 ladies here have been in the sport of jump rope for quite some time, but the young man there, Max, he is new to the sport.
Oh, wow.
And so they have integrated him into the routine and really sort of brought him along and helped him understand how to weave in some of his acrobatic ability into the skills of the athletes.
That's so beautiful when we're talking about a team event, right? That there's space for helping each other, for showing each other what's possible, pushing each other's boundaries as well. Because when we're talking about a single event, then it's you, right? It's you and maybe your coach who are pushing that boundaries. But if you're competing in a team, then that team effect, that's a really, really, I would say, encouraging and inspiring factor.
Now again, if you're following along at home, you can go to ijru.sport where you can find all of the heat sheets. You can see the preliminary results. You can see who's coming up. You can see the scores from the last 7 days. And you can get a sense for the schedule that's ahead of us, because today is not the last day of this competition. In fact, tomorrow is, but we will have an action-packed evening for you. So following the Double Dutch Triad event, we are going to move into what's called the single rope triple under endurance event, and so that will be following the Double Dutch Triad freestyle. Then we'll take a pause in the broadcast and come back online a little later in the day for an evening session where we'll have a whole new set of events that we'll talk more about toward the end of this broadcast.
You just don't want to miss that. Like, you don't want to miss anything. I think I would not want to even blink during these following moments.
It's true, and with 25 countries represented here, we know there's a global audience who can tune in and check out what these athletes are able to put on the floor. And we're excited to see who's coming on next here in the the Double Dutch Triad freestyle event. Yet another group here from Germany. And again, this is an open gender division event, right? So you can have all female, you can have all male, you can have a mix of both. All are competing in a single division for the title. Now these ladies range in age from age 16 all the way to 26. Again, so working together despite some differences, perhaps in experience or time in the sport. Again, notice the length of the ropes. Makes it all that much more difficult to pull off some of these skills.
Please stop. Please wait. Thank you.
It sounds like there was a music malfunction, so they're going to stop the routine. Looks like they're going to get reset.
The crowd is cheering for them. I think it could be nice to, get those nerves out. Maybe not. I'm just thinking, like, as an athlete, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not, because sometimes you're so into the routine that, oh, come on, no, not a music malfunction. But it happens, it can happen.
It does happen, and normally what we see re-jumps issued for are rope breaks. So if the rope actually breaks, like physically breaks, first of all, you will notice that when you watch it on screen. You will see it sort of come disconnected from a handle or break in the middle at a different point. And so that's typically, re-jump is awarded in that instance one time. And so this group of ladies now is working through the reset. I think they're trying to get coordinated with the logistics crew and the judges to make sure that they in fact have the right track ready for their event. They're going to go right back into the re-jump. Sometimes they're allowed to rest, but they might have chosen just to go ahead and perform their routine. Again, you notice the different style of ropes that we've seen throughout this competition.
A fun fact, my very first rope had the exact same color. I was like 5 years old. I still have it.
even the weight of the beads or the length of the beads can vary, and that all factors into how heavy the ropes are to turn, how much they hold their shape, not only in double dutch but also in the single rope disciplines. And again, different jumpers around the world and in different clubs have different preferences. And it looks like we are ready to go now with this jump from Germany.
Come on, girls. Beautiful arc for the rope. Some rope direction changes. Multiples. These are really hard to do with this long rope.
Nice job. One-handed frog with 3 at once.
Oh, wow.
Another variation on that subway skill. We will see a lot of that in the double dutch triad events. There's a rope jump transition.
This particular event is also just like packed with creativity, packed with power, packed with focus, right? Because you need to pay attention to 4 other people.
One-handed frogs here. A slightly slower pace of jumping, typically the case with a double dutch triad event where
100%.
ropes are longer.
Well done.
Again, they're working to stay inside the boundaries, that green edge there. If they step out, that is a deduction on their score, but so far they've been clean. And a nice finish with some presentation, some personality mixed into it.
Love that. Great
Nice
job.
job, Germany.
A nice job there from Team Germany. They're celebrating together despite that sort of false start that happened on the prior round. They came back and pulled off a really nice routine as they make their way over to the athletes' lounge. We'll see some replay here, turning backwards. Some multiples. Again, turning backwards on multiples is all the more difficult there. Arms crossed. Here is that wheelbarrow with throwing the athlete up into a frog while a subway's happening. There's a transition with a leapfrog in the middle of that as they move into wheel. It's so hard to do that with these long ropes. I'll say personally, I always enjoyed the turning aspect more than the jumping. I like the challenge of being able to sort of turn the big ropes really wide and then try to soften them, because one of the hardest parts in triad is you don't want the rope to bounce off the floor, right? So if you have an athlete who's down on their hands or in a split perhaps, they're only coming off the ground a few centimeters or a few inches. And so if that rope, if those beads are hitting the floor and bouncing up, that bounce can actually cause a mistake. So the turners have to really learn how to soften that blow and time it just right with their wrists, so they're almost hitting the ground and kind of dragging the ropes under the athletes while they're performing those power skills. Now that takes a lot of time and practice to coordinate, and it doesn't just require that from one person, because of course you're connected to another turner on the other side of the routine. And so both of you have to be in sync. You kind of have to understand sort of who's going to do what, how you're going to do it. The communication involved always makes for another factor when you start adding more and more athletes into a single routine.
Up next, we're having United States of America. I would expect a lot of creativity, really fast moves, a lot of power from these guys.
Now, this is the team who did win the U.S. National Championship just last month. And so we'll see how they perform here on the world stage.
Everyone ready?
Preparing their opening pose here. We call that a popcorn, where they're all doing frogs at different paces and times, but still in rhythm with each other. So 2 did a backflip and 1 did a front flip, all in the middle of the ropes. Here's a wheel switch sequence with a rope release and a mick, and he caught it. Wow.
That was a beautiful manipulation of the rope.
they're integrating some different styles of jump rope. Here's a 3-person subway. Again, the turners have to get the rope so low to the ground to slide it under the hands and feet.
There are those famous multiples.
So quadruple unders here. A little bit of trouble in the transition. They're quickly getting back into the ropes, setting up for the next sequence here. Forearm push-ups, turntable, and a 3-person subway. Well done. Split subway into a crab subway.
Oh, wow.
And they will close it out there with a bow.
Great
Well
job,
done.
USA.
They showed us some real creativity, some things we haven't seen at all in this competition as they spread the floor, and that will help their presentation score, right? Because it's exciting when we see these things that we don't expect. And for the most part, they executed some of those high-flying skills really well. Here's that popcorn sequence at the beginning, into that flip. Now that wheel transition. Here's that rope release, that Mick.
That was my favorite.
Doing that with a 20-foot rope is no feat. And then the catch and being able to keep it moving in rhythm. So much timing required there. Well done.
And this sequence here.
We have a new leader.
Now, right now, the United States team is in the lead.
Heat 46, 5144 from the USA. Sophia
We are welcoming
Williams,
another team
Olivia
from the U.S.
Ava.
So again, the preliminary standings right now, the USA in the top spot with the 2 German teams on their heels in second and third, but we have 3 routines to go. So the routine we're about to see placed third in the preliminary round.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
An all-female team here getting started. There's that split subway after the popcorn.
And they pulled it off.
Having some fun in the ropes again, adding to that presentation score.
After that subway sequence, I mean, they should have some fun.
And here you see those multiples being integrated into the routine. Again, difficult to do with such long ropes. So far clean.
Perfect execution so far.
Wheel transition, keeping it at a slow pace.
Beautiful transition there. Back into the ropes, 3 of them.
You can see them getting their spacing right. That's why they put their arms on the shoulder. One-handed push-up with a stack.
What a beautiful routine so far.
Nice assisted flip there. Transitioning into the ropes.
Whoa, well done, ladies.
It is so rare to see a clean routine
Oh my
in
God,
double dutch triad, and these
so
ladies pulled it off.
It's so rare. Wow. Wow. Excellent
done,
work. Excellent
USA.
work.
And they are so excited. They should be proud. So much fun seeing that routine. They used the music well. They had fun with each other. We talked about this earlier in the broadcast, that it factor, that thing you can't
That's
quite
foul.
quantify, but the energy they brought to it, just palpable in the arena.
That sequence.
On her back, continuing to hop in time, blind. She can't see her teammates. A nice wheel switch, again, very technical with ropes this long, difficult to do. And the arena, they just announced that the Team USA right now has taken the lead. So they are in that top spot for the moment, the routine we just saw.
We are welcoming Team Germany on the floor.
So the team coming on the floor from Germany had the highest difficulty score in the preliminary round. So we will see how that shows up here in the finals. They placed second in the prelims. So certainly contenders here
Everyone
to try to
ready?
rise up that leaderboard.
Here we go.
You can see how the teammates are counting for each other.
Communication so important in double Dutch triad. The more athletes on the floor, the more important that becomes. Great creativity there. You see the transition happening. Now all three ladies on the floor doing a stack push-up. Turner manipulation here. Arms crossed, still trying to pull it off. Now those ropes clicked, so that will count as an error, but they're getting right back into it.
This is a really short miss. Beautiful frogs.
Perfectly timed. Very well synchronized from each of these ladies.
Here comes a subway, and well done, they nailed it.
Subway into what we call a crab, where they turn on their back and use their hands and feet to jump off the ground.
I love that. Wow.
And trying to integrate some multiples into a switch. Again, so hard to do with long ropes, but it transitioned right into their ending.
A beautiful split ending. Well done, ladies.
Nice job, Germany.
Great job.
So they're happy with that performance. They're making their way over to the lounge to join some of their peers in this event. And you can see that frog over a split, right back up into a one-handed buddy frog. Again, watch the rope slide under their feet. That's a three-person subway.
A perfect shape for that, for those ropes.
So we've got one team left to perform.
Please refer
Waiting
to the
for the
leaderboard.
standings. And Germany made its way to the
We
top.
have a new leader.
Well done to Team Germany. You can see them excited, but tempering their expectations because they know there are still teams yet to perform.
USA, Ella, Avery, Seth, Dalton, and Riley.
We are welcoming Team USA on the floor.
Now, this was the top qualifying team in the preliminary round. Now, the last team that we saw from Germany had the highest difficulty score in the prelims. This team had the highest presentation in the prelim round.
Everyone ready?
They're getting into position,
go.
ready to begin their routine. We'll see what they have in store for us. Showing some acrobatics here starting out. Split subway with a frog in the middle of it.
Wow. For me, this routine already has that it factor.
That is so difficult to perform. Some assisted maneuvers here in the center.
Beautiful wheel switch and transition.
Great variation in timing in this routine.
And so clean so far. And Joe, what you've been talking about, the energy. For me, this routine definitely has that energy. Oh, wow! And they'll pull that off.
They were all tangled up in that intentionally, and they still got the ropes under on time. Now the three ladies are in the ropes doing some frogs here, showing us some power and athleticism. Stack push-ups, great turning, another clean routine. Wow. You just don't see that very often in the triad event. They are so excited. They should be.
The arena is so excited.
Well done,
Representing their country
USA.
so well on this world stage.
Well done, Team USA. Great job. Excellent work.
And what I really appreciated about that routine was the technicality and the multiples.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's so hard to appreciate just how hard it is to have one jumper doing a double bounce on the ground while the other two jumpers are in the air floating for those same two ropes to come under their feet. Here we're seeing some of the assisted acrobatics and now some of those floor power skills. Great turning. The ropes are just sliding under. There's that multiple sequence. The
it's just the
judges know it.
technicality. Yeah, the
That's right.
technicality. Wow. And this one here, I mean, amazing work from these
refer to the
guys.
leaderboard.
Amazing work. Let's see the standings.
Okay, and the standings are being announced. Team Germany still in the lead.
Heat
Again,
48.1.
understanding how the different scoring systems work and designing your
5.41 from
routines
Germany.
to
Team
match that.
Julia
Such a
Max
big
Martin
factor
Capri.
in these competitions. So much of the technical skills get rewarded along the way. And now you see a team from Germany entering the field of play once again. Now this was the first team that competed, our very first heat of this event. We did have a music malfunction for this team, so they have been awarded a re-jump. Of course, we had all that reset,
Everyone ready?
but that first team will
Here
get
we
an
go.
opportunity to re-jump based on that issue. Moving into the ropes, again, Team Germany here. Really nice job on that subway there, keeping it very clean.
Great musicality.
And they've chosen to mix up their music tracks so they can add some of that personality to it and use the cues like they've been doing so well already. And notice how the turners have their arms crossed here.
Oh, I love that move.
Really nice job as they transition out of that slowdown into some assisted maneuvers here in the center. Again, they're changing the direction of the ropes, so notice they're turning backwards now.
Well done.
Nice job,
A
Team
nice
Germany.
execution. Well done.
Nice
Great
job,
job.
Germany.
I know they're happy to have the correct music played for them.
Oh,
I think what
yeah.
happened was the two German teams had the song played from the other German team, so that's why for each of them they had to have that re-jump occur. Looks like they got those technicalities reset, and let's watch some of the replays.
Yep.
Nice subway skills here. Again, he went in the air off their backs and then landed next to them. And a nice cartwheel out of the ropes to close the routine on cue with the music. Again, nice presentation out of that. Saw strong turning from all of these teams and really impressed by just their ability to pull off some of these maneuvers in a way that's integrating the cues of the music and then the strength and the power to get it done really well on time on this on this world stage as they fight for a shot at that top spot. Now we are awaiting that final leaderboard to be shown. The athletes are sitting waiting.
You can sense the tension, the excitement.
Now,
That's
following this event, there will be the triple under endurance event. So we'll do a short award ceremony for the double Dutch triad. Then we will move into the triple under event, and that will be the final event of this first session of the broadcast. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with our evening broadcast, continuing our finals here at the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship in Colorado Springs. Now, Hannah, as you've watched these teams perform, what strikes you as something new and innovative? What's different from, say, the last few competitions that you've seen that has really stood out to you here in particular?
I would say the speed. I think it's incredible the speed with which these athletes are performing the routines. It requires so much technicality. You know, you just really need to know and feel the rope. And we've been talking about this so many times, but, you know, to be able to perform a routine like that, like with this difficulty, with a speed with which these athletes are performing these routines, it just requires an extremely amount of work and knowledge, right, and experience. And also, I would say, I'm pretty sure that these athletes can perform these routines with blind, like with closed eyes.
That might be a new challenge for us to consider in the future of the sport. But for now, we're excited to see them really showcase what they can do. I agree. Seeing those world records broken in the speed divisions really has been an impressive feat. And it feels like every year or every time we come together for one of these world championships, we do see more records fall. And this year in particular, we have just seen the scores go up and up and up. And at some point, we feel like there's got to be a plateau, but we just haven't gotten there yet. It keeps feeling like we're getting close, and yet the training techniques, the equipment, the different ways the athletes are innovating as they prepare for these tournaments really shows up on the floor when they're at this kind of a stage.
That's right. That's right. What's been your favorite event so far, Joe, this day?
That's a great question. I'm thinking back through some of the creativity that we saw in the double Dutch pairs events in particular, even the single rope pairs events. I think I like all of the team style events where you can really start weaving people in together, doing some more of the acrobatic skills, and it just adds a wow factor that, today when we've been watching these routines already, I think both of us have seen some skills performed that we've never seen before, right? Some things that we couldn't even have thought of a few years ago. And so they take a base skill. So let's talk about the subway, for example. They'll take a simple kind of tunneling skill in double Dutch with one jumper moving under another jumper inside the ropes, and they'll innovate with it, and it really creates a whole new flavor to it. So it seems like every competition we see folks come out with new ways to think about old school skills and make them new again. And so I think that's one of my favorite parts about what I've seen, not only today, but throughout the entirety of the prior 7 days. Now the final results are being shown on the screen in the arena. It does appear that Team Germany will take the win with a 3-point margin between them and the United States in second place. Another team from the United States will place third as well. So Team Germany will be at the top of the podium with the U.S. coming in second and third. You can see the athletes congratulating each other, giving some high fives, a nice round of sportsmanship here.
And speaking of today, I think just the fact that we are watching world-class athletes performing and doing their best on the floor, that's just pure joy, pure joy.
It is, and there's nothing quite like that feeling. And as we transition in just a moment here to the floor to see the awards ceremony, I will mention that we have a whole team of commentators who are going to be talking you through this International Jump Rope Union World Championship. Hannah and I are going to transition after the awards ceremony over to our co-commentators, Kaylee Woodard and Mike Fry. They're going to talk you through the triple under endurance event, which begins following this award ceremony. Again, then we will have a break and be back this evening with an exciting schedule of further programming as we continue on the finals here at the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship.
That's right. It was a pleasure to be with you guys. Talk to you soon.
And the gold medal goes to Germany. Anya, Annika, Svenja, and Vivian. Please stand for the national anthem of the winning team. Congratulations, everyone.
And congratulations again to all three of these teams, our German team and our two U.S. teams. Really impressive stuff out there.
Really awesome routines.
Yeah, Mike, what have you thought so far about the events that we've seen, the jumping that we've seen, the difficulty?
All the routines have been super difficult. It always gets hard. We talk about this. The number of jumpers, as that increases, it increases the chance for a mistake. In triad, it could not be more true. You have 5 jumpers out there, and we saw some clean routines. We saw some routines with misses. Always super impressed when you can see those clean routines in the double Dutch pairs, in triads, and other routines with 4 or more people.
Absolutely. And you see our standings here for the mixed division. Some pretty close scores, only a couple of points in between each of these placings. And an excellent job to all of these teams.
Yeah, and triad, a relatively new event. Only the past several years, maybe 10 years, it's been an event. So as time goes on, we'll see more and more countries getting involved. I think we only had 3 or 4 countries who were participating in this event. And yeah, it's definitely an event to look forward to.
That's correct. Yeah, it's traditionally been more of a show event. So you would see these big double Dutches at basketball halftimes and workshops and things like that, almost more for fun and for audience interaction. But like Mike said, only recently in competition. And so it's been exciting to see kind of the evolution of this event over the last 10 years.
That's right. And we've seen that with other newer events, things like wheel, as you said, triad, where once it's introduced into competition, it sort of incentivizes jumpers to really push the envelope rather than just say, we'll go with the skills we've already known how to do for years and just put those in shows. So we've seen a huge boom in creativity in some of those newer events.
That's right. And, Mike, we've really seen that boom in creativity in my opinion, all of our events in this particular competition. I mean, I can't even count the amount of times I've said, wow, I've never seen that before.
Exactly. And I think a big part of it is, this is the first in-person World Championship since, 2019?
Yes.
So a lot of these teams are, they're working on these new skills and they're developing, and we're seeing new techniques that we haven't seen. Usually our World Championships are sometimes every year, sometimes every other year. It's been 4 years since we've all been together. So I think we're seeing so many new ideas, and I just can't wait to see what we're going to see tonight with the freestyles and tomorrow as well.
Oh, 100%, 100%. And now, in a few minutes, we are going to be transitioning into our triple unders event. And I love to watch this event because it is unique. It is different than any event in any other sport that I am aware of, in that these athletes are asked to perform triple unders until they drop or make a mistake, right? But ideally until they are just dropping from fatigue. Mike, can you explain what is a triple under and how is this event, or why is it just so difficult?
So a triple under is when you jump up in the air, you turn your rope around your body 3 times, your feet hit the ground. That is 1 triple under. And as you said, we're asking these athletes to do as many consecutive triple unders as possible. You're not going for a minute, you're not going for 2 minutes, you're going until you can't do them anymore. So hypothetically, you could see a jumper doing triple unders for 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes even. You go as long as you can. And I think, what really makes this event so, I think, scary for me is the fact that that mistake could come at any point.
Yes.
You could be training and doing, 400 triple unders, you get out there on the floor and you mess up on your 17th double under, and that's it. Another thing is, in this event, if you first score below 15 on your first attempt, you actually have a chance to re-jump that event. So let's say you go out there, you get a score of 10, you have a chance to recompete it, and whatever you get on your second attempt will hold. If your first attempt is 15 or higher, that score will hold.
That's correct. And Mike, you mentioned it. It is so scary as an athlete because we all have goals, right? So let's say, your goal is 200. You might be feeling great at 100, at 150, and feeling like you could exceed your goal. And then one tiny little bobble or catch of the rope, and remember, these are wire ropes, so any tiny little catch will cause a miss, but it just comes out of the blue. It comes out of nowhere. And so as an athlete, as you mentioned, this is extremely scary. And another thing that people often ask about this triple unders event is, well, is it safe and how do you train it? So the idea of going until you drop seems daunting, right? But in order to properly train this event, it is extremely important to start early, right? Start with small sets of triple unders that you can manage.
That's right.
And then slowly increase. And in that case, it is safe because you're building your body up just like you would for any other type of event.
That's right. And you'll hear from a lot of athletes who do, as you said, train in sets. We're not often going for our PR every single time we train this event. And we're now welcoming our athletes out onto the floor. We have Lauren Ellis from the U.S., and she actually led the field in this event. She scored a 194 in prelims. Now her PR is 250, so we know what she's capable of. And that miss may have been just, as we talked about, sort of an early miss out of nowhere. Or oftentimes athletes will sort of make sure that they qualify for grands, but kind of save that energy for the big stage right now.
That's right. Now we're welcoming Jasmine Hawkins onto the floor.
Yes, and now Jasmine actually placed 5th in the 2021 Virtual World Championships. She's striving to break the Australian national record right now. She's also a coach in Australia, so a lot of these athletes wear many different hats, and we'll see what she can bring tonight.
Absolutely. And now we are welcoming Canada to the floor, having some representation here in the triple unders contest.
Stephanie with a 160 in prelims. Her PR is 222. So a lot of these athletes are capable of very, very high scores. We're now welcoming Hyunji from Korea.
From Germany, Annika.
And now we have Annika from Germany as well.
Station 6.
I hope not, but you'll probably see at
5-1
least
from
one
Germany,
athlete
Thea.
have one of those early exits, and you'll definitely see that kind of frustration and disappointment in their faces. I really hope all these athletes are able to go for their PRs, but as we've talked about, that mistake really can come out of nowhere.
That's right. And now finally we've welcomed Pia from Germany.
Yep, and Pia was 5th place at the European Masters in 2022. So I'm very excited for this one. I'm nervous. I'm not even out on the floor jumping, but I'm nervous for these athletes, and I just want to see them all shine and do the best they can do.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so the current world record for this event for the females is held by Tori Boggs with an outrageous score of 421 triple unders. So that is quite the score to beat.
Now, if you've never tried this event before, I would just encourage you at home, hey, do 421 jumps. Just stand up and jump 421 times. Jump a little bit higher if it's easy for you.
Absolutely. Even without a rope, it's tough. And so these ladies are off. And you'll notice a couple of different techniques. Some athletes prefer to jump and bend their legs on each one. Other athletes will remain more upright. Most athletes, though, you'll notice, are trying to kind of do a relaxed style of jump. They're not trying to work extra hard, do anything extra with their arms. So you see maximum efficiency from these athletes.
And there we do see an early exit from Annika out of Germany. And as we said, once you pass 15 triple unders, that score will hold no matter where you mess up at that point.
That's correct.
Really strong start here, passing 60 and 70 from a few athletes. It also, in this event, it really doesn't matter if you go fast. The speed is not important. So you may see an athlete with a really strong early lead, and they may end up having a mistake, and somebody else could overtake them who has more of a slow and high jumping triple.
That's right. And so Lauren looks like she has a relatively fast pace here.
That's right. Keeping it pretty low.
And you'll notice she's keeping her eyes focused, no extra movements there. I think she's just trying to breathe and trying to stay in the zone. Mental capacity here and focus is so important for this event. And so we see all 5 of our athletes here still going strong.
Yep, we see Jasmine going strong towards that PR goal. She's aiming for, I believe, in the 160s.
And she's looking good, too.
We see a 160 from Lauren there. I believe this, So we see Jasmine go down, and I think that's a PR for her. We'll see.
That is a great score.
Got 3 athletes still left on the floor. Got Stephanie from Canada, Lauren from the U.S., and Kyunji from Korea, all still going strong. And Stephanie is down at 170. Lauren passing the 200 mark.
There we go, Kyunji approaching that 200 mark.
And Kyunji is down, and that means Lauren's going to keep going, but she is your unofficial world champion.
And she's nearing her personal best here.
That's right. We see a little fatigue in there, jumping a little bit low, but still staying strong. Coming up on almost
Lauren,
240.
10 more.
Let's see if she can beat that PR of 250.
Oh, she'll do it.
She's coming up to it. Here we go. Okay.
Okay.
So with the 250, maybe 251, and she's looking very happy about that.
And I
yes,
think
you love to see it.
that's awesome. Man, what a feeling, too, to beat your PR by 1 here on the international stage.
And you see her there with her sister Renee, both super happy.
That was a great job by all of our athletes, and congratulations there. Unofficial world champion Lauren Ellis.
Yes, and Hyunji out of Korea will take 2nd place. She's feeling good. Oh, wow.
Yep, that gives me chills. It's just such a great feeling to really push and give it your all and know that you had nothing left in the tank at that at the end of that event. Big smiles there from Lauren. And, you know, one more thing that we often forget about is that these athletes have been competing all day, and they still have more events left tonight.
And not only all day, most of the athletes, well, every athlete you just saw had to go through the preliminary rounds. And I don't think any single one of these athletes only competed in triples. Most of them are doing multiple events over the course of this week. This is day 7. Some athletes have been competing for 3 or 4 days straight, and they're now giving their best here on the final stage.
Station 3.
That's right.
5154 from Korea.
We ask a lot of these athletes, but they deliver every time. I mean, without fail.
So we're going to start welcoming our male athletes to the floor in the triple under event.
His crowd getting behind him, his country.
Station 1. 5155 from the USA. Set.
And so we have Hyunji on, oh, excuse me, I got that name wrong here. We've got Korea and the U.S. now on the floor.
And I believe this is Chanje from Korea.
Station 4. 5156
And Seth from the U.S.
Canada. Thomas.
And now Thomas from Canada entering the floor.
Yes, Thomas Cunningham out of Canada. He's also hoping for a PR. All these athletes are. Thomas Cunningham with a personal best of 264. He actually scored a 214 in prelims, but we know he can do more. He does a lot of cross training with lifting and running. His triples mentality, he told me earlier, is focus on the pain.
Like lean into the pain.
Lean into the pain, that's right.
I like that. You can't avoid it, so.
It's going to be there. Might as well focus on it.
Absolutely. So now we have Yusong on the floor, as well as Choi from Japan. And I believe our last athlete that we will welcome onto the floor will be Luke Boone.
Now our top 4 finishers in prelims all scored over 214. Luke Boone with a 307. Now anything can happen in this event, and Luke Boone, we've seen him score 468 triple unders, which actually isn't even the world record. He did that 5 years ago at the 2018 World Championships in Shaolin. One of the most decorated athletes in the sport.
In fact, he may be the most decorated.
Yeah,
I mean,
he may be.
I can't even count the amount of world titles and world medals he has won.
And he excels both in the single rope events as well as the team events. So I think this event really, you know, as we've said, it's not really about your speed. So you could see an athlete who maybe has a PR of 100, and then they just completely shatter even their own expectations and just pull everything out and give everything they have and really score their absolute highest here.
That's right. That's right. Sometimes adrenaline is on your side here.
Unders. Judges.
So you see the focus there from Luke.
Ready. Set.
And so it's important in this event not to rush. You don't even have to start right when the timer says go. You want to take a couple of deep breaths and then get focused and go.
Just about every single athlete here has a sort of a different start. Most will start with a few single bounce jumps and then go into a couple doubles, maybe 1 or 2, and then into their triple unders. And it's just to help kind of get that rope up to speed.
That's right. And, you know, something that could help these athletes out as well is that we've now been in Colorado Springs for at least a week. And so they've had time to acclimate to the high altitude and to the difference in oxygen here, something that I know did affect some athletes in the earlier rounds in triples.
Now we've all passed that 15 triple under mark, so any mistake at this point, and that is the score that will hold, the athlete will be done. But we're all looking pretty strong out here. We notice Seth with a pretty early lead, but as we said, it really doesn't matter how fast or how large of a lead you have at the beginning. It's how long you can go and how many triples you can rack up.
That's right. Seth now crossing that 100 mark. Luke not far behind.
Got Yusong also passing 100, as well as Chanje and Thomas Cunningham out of Canada. All these guys still jumping strong.
That's right. We had a little bit of a hiccup with the scoring board there, but it looks like it's back up to speed here for Choi from Japan.
Such a physically grueling event, especially after this week of jumping for these athletes. And we see Seth with definitely an early exit.
Yes. So Seth with a 246 in prelims, so he won't be extremely happy with that 156. But like we said, a miss can happen for any reason.
That's right, and Yusong as well. Doesn't look too happy about that. So we've still got Luke and Thomas and Choi all still out there jumping.
You know, it's very impressive. Luke has been so dominant in the sport for so many years. I mean, for the past at least 15 years, he's been a force to be reckoned with. And so to still be performing at this high level is incredible. And so now we still have Choi from Japan and Luke.
Yeah, we see Thomas going down with a 190. This event can be the most frustrating because you know what you are capable of. And when it doesn't quite work out, it's the same for all of these events, but especially with triples and the opportunity for a miss to come out of nowhere can be especially frustrating.
That's right. And so you'll notice a slightly different style there from Choi and Luke. Choi with his feet slightly apart. You'll notice that on some athletes.
Now Choi in the prelims scored a 190, so he's already surpassed that by more than 40 here, and he's down with 234. So Luke is your unofficial world champion at this point, but he's going to keep going as long as he can.
Oh, yeah. And as Mike mentioned earlier, he scored a 307 in prelims, but that is not anywhere close to his personal best.
So we'll see if he's going to try to beat his prelim score, if he's going to go for a new world record. Moving a little bit sideways on the floor. That can sometimes be a sign of fatigue.
Yep.
He's going at least for 300. There we go.
You hear the
crowd getting loud. And there's a 304, 305. Nicely done.
That was a good showing there from Luke.
Great job. So that is your unofficial world champion, Luke Boone from Australia.
Absolutely, and he did exactly what he needed to do.
Now Luke actually won this event not only in 2018, he also won it in 2014 and 2008. So this will add to his triple under world champion resume. As you said, so dominant in so many different events for so long.
That's right. Oh, yeah, and we've seen him on the floor several times already today with his team out there for double dutch, just doing an amazing job, and then kind of switching hats very quickly for that triple unders event. Mike, for you, when you competed in triple unders, what was the hardest part mentally for you?
I think one of the hardest parts, we've talked about it, is sort of just knowing that miss can come out of anywhere. And also with all these competitions, most of these athletes are doing several different events. So triple unders was usually sort of near the end of the events for that particular competition, national championships, world championships, Team USA qualifiers. And so you are very, very tired and you want to give your all, but you're also dealing with a lot of fatigue. So you just hope that your training's paid off and hope that that mistake doesn't come out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And so, as we mentioned earlier, these athletes are not finished. So tonight, we have several different events. We're going to start with 30-second speed. So that is our individual speed sprint competition. You're also going to see our males go at it in single rope individual freestyle. It's going to be an amazing competition there. We've also got a special event, our DDC.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so that's going to be a party, and I am not exaggerating when I say a party. We've got a speed event for our DDC, and then our junior freestyles as well. And then to finish out the night, we've got our double Dutch individual freestyle. And so it is going to be an exciting time. We encourage you, please come back and see us for all of those events. You do not want to miss a second of it.
I'm so excited. These are primetime events. These are some of my favorite events.
Yes.
Single rope speed sprint, that is like so fast, and you will not believe the scores that are coming out of these athletes in 30 seconds. Single rope freestyle, are you kidding me? That's one of my favorite events to watch. And double Dutch singles and the DDC. Wow, it's a lot to watch, you guys. So make sure you tune back in. What time are we starting up again?
I believe that we start at 7 p.m. No, 6 p.m. Mountain time.
Okay, yes. Make sure you tune into that. We are so excited, and we will see you soon.
Yes.
We will now proceed with the award ceremony for the single rope triple unders female division. The bronze medal goes to Canada, Stephanie. The silver medal goes to Korea, Hyunji. And the gold medal goes to the USA, Lauren. Please stand for the national anthem of the winning athlete. Congratulations, everyone. We will now have the award ceremony for the single rope triple unders male division. The bronze medal goes to Canada, Thomas. The silver medal goes to Japan, Shoi. And the gold medal goes to Australia, Luke. Please stand for the national anthem of the winning athlete. We will now have a brief break and start again at 6 o'clock with a single rope speed sprint.